Unless Spectrum decides to stop making Spectrum's the only thing.
I know, they've stalked me multiple times in recent days.
Same.
I'm no longer Spectrum, so
I'm gonna try figuring. Like,
where are you
in
now?
this next few weeks, I'm gonna try figuring that out. I think
fiber optic.
Fiber optic who?
Entertainment. Probably.
Who's fiber optic?
No, not AT&T. I think it's just Connect.
You mean OMUs?
No, I'd have to figure out the name of it. I don't know what it's actually called, but we are run in by a wire.
But yeah, fiber optics is a style of internet, not the brand.
Nice. Anyways, just disregard that I accidentally closed down my Roll20. Anyways, hi everyone. Welcome back, question mark. We're gonna just go straight into the intro animation thingamabob. We'll see y'all in a little bit. Bleh.
And it was a nightmare.
First,
what's crowd control?
So Primal immediately on the chat says, "Fist thing I hear is fiber optics." LOL. Agreed. Yes.
What'd you say, Pam? No.
Nope.
I didn't figure out what it was.
Not you. I said Pam. Pam said something.
Oh,
I thought you said Cub.
what's
No.
crowd control?
Crowd Control is a third-party app that for certain games, it can if you get like a link, you can put it in your description, and people can click on that link and then get coins. They can even pay for it. It acts like a super chat, so you get paid for it. They get coins, and they can use those coins to basically enact events. Like for Cuphead, one of them was to grow my character, so my character gets like 4 times larger.
Wild idea. Crowd control D&D.
That would be really crazy. Or like in Skyrim, one of them is spawn dragon on player. So it spawns dragon directly on me. That's it.
So it's basically the cuck chair with microtransactions. Got it.
Yeah, but it's like, but they can choose to either just normally watch and you play the game, or they could mess with your game for free because you do get 50 free coins automatically. Those can go a long while, and then they can pay for more. So. It works out.
To me.
Yeah, I mean, they like it. I like it. It's a win-win.
Like
Also, I don't know why my kilobyte limit is fucking dead. I'm not fixing it. I'm sorry if this stream looks bad. Streamlabs is garbage right now. OBS is the only thing that works, and I don't have all this loaded up on OBS. So you're just gonna deal with it today. I'm sorry.
There's an infection of pans happening on the screen. I have to kill them all. Die!
No!
Die!
No!
I feel like I'm playing Duck Hunt. Bang! Bang! Wait, I want just to bang! 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 I'm winning! I think I'm winning. Not one of them's been on the game for too long. Bazooka!
That is true. You can't spawn a million muskrats.
Oh. Yeah, okay. Anyways, hello everyone. Welcome back to Omen of Cursed Light. We've been on a massive break. We had
Oh, yeah.
a lot of stuff happen. For people who are new, you can look behind me and see a hint of what has happened because we went to a con recently. All this cool stuff's in the background. It's pretty sick. I like it. The other thing is we just had a lot of D&D shenaniganery going on in the background, so there's that as well. But we are back. We're hopefully going to continue doing bi-weekly episodes. But to kick us off, I'm going to continue the intro recap. But actually, before I do that, I do want to ask, should we do the normal recap, or should I do, like, a recap of the series until now?
I'm gonna go ahead and do that if you can make it somewhat quick. I also want to
Honestly,
point out that there's 8,000 deleted messages from you in this chat. I don't like
Yeah.
that.
I was very
Plus,
busy.
we just started a new season recently, so we haven't
Yeah.
had a full story recap in a while.
Then I will do
So
my
now's a good time
best.
to do it.
I didn't write
I'm
this
gonna,
down,
like,
so
add
this is
a
off the
sports
top
show.
of my head. I'm probably going to get things wrong. But the journey quickly began with the characters all kind of in their own areas with, if I recall, it was originally just Albatross and Gug traveling together. And then eventually they ran into Damien both in the, what's the place called? Hold
In
on,
the
let me-
city of Gildenyost.
Gildenyost, thank you. In the city of Gildenyost on the island of Herode,
Whoa.
a frigid wasteland, forested area. It is ridiculously cold there. But they were in the city of Gildenyost when they eventually ran into each other. They caught Damien trying to steal. Eventually they ran up to him, caught up to him, dealt with him, but then decided to have him join on their adventure because they were heading to a well-known alchemist who is looking for cursed people, or looking to help people who are cursed. Because in Omen of Cursed Light, a curse of a very interesting affliction is affecting the land of Daramar, which is like this curse that changes how people, like, what's the word? Changes how people exist, in a sense. Some are inflicted with a zombification curse, some with lycanthropy, whether it be a shark, werewolf, anything of that sort. You have vampirism spreading around, even spiritism. So some people, when they die, they just are immediately resurrected, or after a certain amount of time, as spirits, unable to cross over, living a second life that is disconnected from their normal. And there are many other curses that exist that the players don't even know about. And with that in mind, they head straight to the castle. I think it's Castle Greymore, where Arthur Blackheart exists, the alchemist who is supposedly has all the answers to everything. When they get there, they meet him. It basically is revealed that he has been awaiting their arrival, for he is a person of the divine. And after talking to him, and then having him introduce them to Pan, a zombified tiefling who is what's the class? What?
Artificer.
Oh, okay. They're talking to someone else.
Artisan?
It's artificer. There it is. They are an artificer, and so they're obviously seen down in their little like laboratory tinkering. Things are exploding. Things are great time down there. Eventually, they all get together, and Arthur throws them into a bit of a test to see how they work as a group, having them fight his familiar, who then transforms into a giant yeti, and that is generally the first general episode. And then after that, we get to where the players sit down at a large feasting table, and they talk with Arthur and learn a lot about him, more than he had anticipated to give, but was willing to do so in the sake of getting trust, and hopefully pushing forward what is going to hopefully be a good teamsmanship, if you will. Eventually, he is able to send them on their way to the city of Baragnir, a dwarven city on the top of the... I should really just pull the map up so I can actually fully name things off, instead of just being mumbled because I can't remember my own place names.
Arthur, we're going to Tahiti.
The Crystalline Peaks. On the Crystalline Peaks here. I'll bring everyone over to the map so everyone can kind of just see. So,
Oh, yeah.
boom. So,
Fucking hell.
they travel from Castle... I did
Oh,
get the,
can we
right,
draw
the
a
name
line?
right. They travel from Castle Greymore straight to the Crystalline Peaks of Haroon
Oh, well, that's
to enter into the city of Baragnir. But on the way to the city of Baragnir, they had discovered some very unsettling things. Creatures who had somehow been morphed or transformed into this cannibalistic forms of themselves, glowing with purple evil auras, and just literally eating their own kind rabidly. And also a certain vampire boy not being able to contend with the cult, which is kind of ironic. But when they eventually reach the city of Baragnir, they yeah,
cult?
no, not the
Oh
cult.
my god, he forgot the cult already.
Yeah.
The one
When
with
they
Garrison.
enter into the city of Baragnir, they are not met immediately with welcome to arms, as they are first interrogated to see who they are. However, when they show the badges that Arthur had given them, they are immediately made aware they are allowed entrance, and so they walk in. From there, they are pretty much given a place of stay for the time. They are given a form of free walk of the town, so they can kind of understand everything, where everything's at. And then, at some point in the day, they are led straight to the King's Hall, where King Haldren, the dwarf, lays kind of chilling in his big molten throne. Eventually they get to talking to him. Some try to steal his cool-looking crown. Doesn't work very well. Who knew? And eventually they come to an understanding of what is happening in the city of Baragnir. A weird affliction of this cannibalistic nature has taken hold over their minds. A very important resource that the dwarves of Baragnir really need. It is one of their biggest sources of income and trade, besides their well-managed crops. After eventually deciding a plan, they are eventually buddied up with another dwarf who actually also happens to be cursed with lycanthropy, Burke. He is able to join with them, though very disgruntledly? I don't know. He's not very happy at first. Begrudgingly, that's the word I was looking for. He's not very happy at first, and eventually, while walking through town, they kind of all talk and chit-chat a little bit, coming to a little bit more of an understanding, but it is still a very loose, quote-unquote, friendship there. However, once everything is set up, and they all are ready, they head straight into the mines to see what is happening. And quickly they are made aware that the dwarfs deep within the mine have all become this morphed versions of themselves that are very cannibalistic, very aggravated, very rabid in nature. Once discovering this, they press forward, and then from there manage to basically slaughter every single corrupted dwarf in the cave due to having range superiority. Anyways.
Oh yeah, automatic gunfire.
Pretty much. This is what you get when almost all your guys have crossbows or some form of projectile. Eventually,
I have a gun.
Yeah. Eventually, they make their way deeper into the cave, where they discover a gigantic crystalline cavern that is filled with these dark purple crystals or amethysts, glowing eerie lights, and directly in front of this massive crystal, they see what looks to be the reason they were sent in there. Because King Haldren had told them that his son had gone missing in the cave and was not seen leaving in a very long time, and he was worried that something had happened. And when approaching this man, it was discovered that this was not King Haldren's son at all. It was, in fact, a very interesting figure known as Severus McCree. What was this? A hairless black tabaxi in a very fancy purple suit and tie, with a southern accent, and a lot of very flourishing details, I'm sure, in his description. But if you want to hear that, go watch the episode. There's a lot to talk about with him. But moving on
for some reason he really didn't like Albatross, and he kept calling him Boy. It was really weird.
Boy. Anyways,
because Albatross is half black.
From there, they learned a lot of things about him, unfortunately. One of them being that he is, or at least seems to be, a follower of a long gone,
massive racist,
forgotten, pretty much, generational racist. No, a generational speciest. A long forgotten cult of people that basically followed the idea of just destroying everything. An effective death cult, if you will. And after learning of this, they were very quick to attempt to fight him. However, his magics being unknown to them, he was easily able to prevent their attack, but not before releasing what was secretly hiding behind him. A gigantic, distorted figure that, once released from the crystal in an explosive manner, was revealed to be an Elder Wendigo that was altered in some unnatural means by this evil energy that supposedly he has been helping infuse with. After this creature was released, a fight ensued. The players, pretty easily, honestly, managed to take this thing down.
We fucked that bitch up.
Yeah, with the ending of the fight basically having the creature have a giant column of stone slam down onto it, and in a moment of panic, it burst through the column and ran towards the door to try and escape. And a chase began, where the players had to get to it in fear of what could happen to the city if this thing was able to breach the doors. But quickly they were able to make do with it, and eventually it was slain. And upon its death, this explosion of dark energy filled the cavern, and all of the possessed creatures, the infected, cursed creatures around the dwarfs, all burned away into ash and seemingly were slain. After this, they managed to gather some loot, but then, using a totem that Arthur had supplied Pan, were able to summon Arthur to their location so that he may investigate the corpse, or the remains of the corpse. And effectively, what they had learned at the time was that this being is, as you would expect, ancient in its age, but had been corrupted over time for an innumerable amount of time. And it would seem as if this thing was hidden here in hopes no one to discover it, but unfortunately, the dwarves eventually mined into the cavern and discovered the horrible secrets within their own mountain.
We dug too deep.
Pretty much. With that, Arthur basically cobbled up what he could of the resources around him, and then they eventually told him of Severus McCree, which set him on an entire lore drop, which again, effectively what we just said earlier of him possibly connected to a death cult, sent him on a whole thing, and then eventually he left. The players, and Burke, I almost forgot Burke was there, all left the mines, and when they left the area, they were surrounded by dwarven guards, ready to pounce on anything that left the mines. But thankfully, there was no need to do so, as the mines had been
almost forgot about Burke missing everything except for us.
That was because I messed up his class, but we're going to move on from that. So,
Yes, that was a bird.
No. After all of that had been dealt with, they went to go back to the Golden Throne of King Haldron. But as they were nearing the building, they had noticed that the door was cracked open, which it definitely should not have been. There are normally guards posted at the door, and the door is always shut, only set few allowed to enter. So quickly they burst in and noticed that down the giant hall, a lot of guards had been slain. Their bodies strewn about, parts of them flung and separated, scratches and claw marks everywhere. Some even burnt with this evil magic that seems to be emanating from their corpses. And eventually, they went down the hall straight into King Haldron's throne room, where they once again stumbled upon Severus McCree. But this time he was in a 1v1 with King Haldron, and unfortunately for King Haldron, he was not looking so good. He was down an arm, down a hammer, and kind of just doing his best to survive. But when the players arrived, Severus McCree realized he had ran out of time. Realizing this, he talked a bit more about how the curse that everyone is afflicted with has something to do with him, though he does not delve deep enough into the idea as to why. And eventually he departs. But he states that they will all eventually see each other again, I'm sure, but be warned if they do. And with that, King Haldron thanks the players for their help, thanks Burke, and King Haldron is eventually able to try his best to mend his own wounds.
There is something I had marked down from that specific encounter.
Yes.
He was mentioning, or Severus was mentioning A mistress, but never
Yes.
elaborated.
Exactly. Another part of the deck
Additionally,
called
everyone
Slayer.
refill your popcorn bowls because this is only halfway through the
Kind of.
redo.
This next part should be a lot quicker, honestly, because that was the
Also,
juicy
I
part.
do-
This is the other part. So, eventually, after having all of that situations
I had a
occurring, huh?
I have a question real quick.
Okay, yeah, let's get through everything.
Okay.
No, I mean like continue.
Oh, okay, sorry. The dwarf guy, the king dwarf guy.
King Haldren.
Yeah, he told Cub that if we did the thing for him, that he
Oh,
would
yeah.
give him his crown. Did he ever do that?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, you did.
Oh,
we
I
have that.
I think you guys still have it? Question mark. I think it was
Oh, really?
given
I
to. Who was it given to?
I
it
think
was given to
Albatross has it.
Yeah. Was it Albatross or Damien?
No, I think I joked about stealing it from you. I think you actually still have it.
Maybe, or you might have sold it off or something. I don't really remember. But
I doubt we would have sold it.
yeah, eventually the players were
Check my
able
inventory,
to
actually.
to leave
Pretty
the
good
throne
last
and kind of enjoy the rest of the day to themselves, to rest and heal up and lick their wounds. And while this was happening, Albatross decided to go and pick up on something he had set to cook. That being a sword that was connected to his family that he had decided to have recreated into another sword, mixing with the design and details of Dwarven and Elvish. And with his now newfound sword, he was ready for the adventures to come later on. And eventually, after a large feast was had, and everyone was partying, the night came to an end. And the players, in the mornings to come, were all basically packed up and readying to leave. And with their goodbyes being said all around and some eventual discussions with King Haldren, they all decided to head back down to Gildan Yost to hopefully make their way to a certain person who might be able to help them. Upon heading down the mountain and then heading towards Gildan Yost, they are immediately made aware that a certain person was put on a wanted poster due to seemingly having assailed a woman. It was then discovered that apparently the only form of witness that everyone had seen at the very beginning, with the scene with Damien, Gug, and Albatross, was, at least to the people of the town, they had thought that Gug, when turning into a giant wolf man, had assailed the woman and stolen her purse because they could not see Damien. And the person they happened to steal it from was none other than the mistress of the town itself. And with that wanted poster being
Mistress
known,
not meaning like she was the whore of the town. Mistress is in like she was the
yes, she
like
was
she
the
was
lady of the town.
Hey man, we don't know. We get her
She
lord.
did have a weird list.
She did. Regardless,
And a weird ring.
you know, eventually Damien,
Right.
realizing he still had the purse, decides to look into it, where he also discovers the said ring, which was not meant for the finger. Anyways, they decide to head into town to go see a certain person that Damien and Burke both know. An older lady who goes by the name of Mama Sheen. She is, at least what
Wait, does
seems
she
to
have
be-
the crown?
Maybe? I actually don't
She might
know.
have the crown.
Why would she
I
have?
feel like you still have it. I feel like it just never got mentioned. Like how I have the skull of the Wendigoon. Like
I thought it was. I
It's
thought
just
we were
something we
going
have.
back to get it. I thought it was after saving his son we get it.
No, wait, I think
thought
you were
he still
going to
had it.
sell it, weren't you?
we were talking about it because we wanted
We were
money. but I don't
talking
think we
about
actually had
selling it to Mama Sheen.
You might have already sold it then. Maybe the crown was used to get
I
the
definitely-
supplies.
No,
She
I
got
don't
a lot of
remember.
fucking supplies
Well, she gave you a good chunk of stuff.
for a crown. For the Dwarven King's crown.
I don't remember. I'd have to look back at the
Yeah.
episode. But regardless, they eventually found Mama Sheen, and for some, they learned that she also is a person of a form of divination magic, though hers is a little bit smokier than most. Eventually, she gives everyone a vision of something within themselves, a desire of sorts, or a telling of something they want but do not know. And once everyone kind of experienced their own separate visions, they were sent off on a little mission that she had requested of them so that she could prepare for their eventual leave. Without telling them the full details that she had already known what was to come, they all left and set off to raid Gildenjost's, basically the mayor of the town, if you will. They went to raid his place because supposedly he was keeping hostage an important person to Mama Sheen. Eventually, after taking many efforts to sneak into this area, I'm actually going to pull up the other map so I can also now look at this, because I am forgetting the names of everything. This is what happens. That is the map for Baragner. Hold on. It's been so long. This is what happens, everybody. Alright, back onto Gildenjost's map so I can look. Yes, after eventually leaving Mama Sheen's place in the black market, they head over, and some head to the Rookeries to get a place of stay for the time, and Albatross splits from the group as planned to wiggle his way into the estate barracks to pretend to be a guard so he can help them all enter into Lord Hurst's estate for the soon arriving festival, or not festival, it's effectively a giant birthday party for the lord of the town. But they treat it as if it's like a parade or a party, a ball, if you will. And eventually, after a full night's of setup and things, they all sneak their way to the estate, with some of them dressing up as a couple and some dressing up as just members of the area. As a child. That child costume, by the way, I forgot that lasted so long that even I kept forgetting you were just as a child. But eventually, they get into the estate and they split up and go their own ways and start to figure things out, with some entering into a form of a panic attack as they enter into a ballroom filled with people that gives them flashbacks that they do not exactly want in the current. When others, just exploring the manor, discover things they probably shouldn't have. With Damien having discovered Lord Hurst talking to what he does not know yet, but eventually found out, an Omen hunter. Someone specifically hunting down cursed creatures for the Pope of Doolin. Or the city
That's
of...
a wild sentence out of context.
Yes, it is. Hold on. I gotta find the fucking name. I do not keep names in my head as much as I should. I just remember City of Radiance. The City of Radiance.
A hidden death march for the Pope.
Yes, for the Pope. Effectively, the Omen Hunters are hunters that are effectively created by the Pope of the City of Radiance to hunt down creatures he despises, or things he despises. They are literally his hitmen. And eventually, Damon unfortunately stumbles a bit when doing this because he learns information he did not want to hear, which is that the person they had caught and unfortunately delivered elsewhere was none other than Damien's effective stepfather, if you will, or adoptive father. And
if this ever gets redone, it needs to be voiced by Vin Diesel.
Family.
Family.
After discovering this, he is unable to control his emotions, causing him to kind of effectively glitch out and make himself known to the crowd. And after causing an entire hullabaloo, the whole game was off. Everyone threw off their disguises and went straight into the action, where a massive fight ensued in the manor, with everyone pushing their way up to the second floor. Damien fighting for his life in the room with Hurst and trying to escape, but partially failing at times, but trying his best to deal with Hurst and the Omen Hunter. Eventually, the Omen Hunter sees the position he is in with Hurst in this one room and decides to bail, but warning Damien that it is not over and they will see each other again soon. And with that, he jumps out the building's the second floor window and is gone for the time being. While all this is happening, they all manage to push closer into the room where Hurst is, but unfortunately, he is able to find a secret. He's able to sneak out and get into the room where his wife was hiding in, so they could go down into a secret tunnel. that eventually was discovered by the players once they all managed to meet back up. And they all go down into the tunnel where another fight ensues with Hurst, his personal torturer, and his wife kind of sitting on the sidelines not wanting to be a part of this. But eventually, as you would expect, Hurst is knocked down unconscious, and Lady Hurst stops the fight from there, realizing just everything that she has been hearing from everyone in the room, seeing things that she had not seen before, and coming to an understanding that the person that she thought she knew was not at all who he actually was. With all of this coming to bear, she and the group talked and came to a better understanding in hopes of allowing them easy access to leave Gildenyost. And with that being said, her and the torturer left, and a miniature torture scene began with Pan, Albatross, and Damien trying to get out information on the whereabouts or the wherewithals of Dom. And while that was happening, Gug was looking around the area they were in and learned that this is basically not only a torture area but also a miniature prison cell or miniature jail where people that the Hearst's household doesn't particularly like are held. And after eventually releasing a lot of the people who were deemed innocent by just the words they had said, they give him thanks, and then with the information he had asked about Dom, it was proven true that Dom was in fact here, and eventually even Lord Hurst agrees that yes, he did in fact capture, quote-unquote, Dom. But it was learned that he was not actually the one to knock Dom out, but rather some other hidden assailant had been the one to take him out, but his guards were the ones to actually capture him. With the assailant managing to get away, and no one able to understand who that other figure was. They quickly rushed Dom into his jail cell, where he would then be tortured for information that he just is happening to hold. And with all of that figured out, Damien rips the dangling rabbit foot that seemingly belonged to Dom off of the belt of Hurst, where Pan then ensued to increase the pain of Hurst by injecting him with an extremely painful venom, and then eventually leading to his entire removal of his, I believe, right arm. Right or left. I don't remember. One of his arms is gone. That's the general gist. Eventually, he passes out due to the... Eventually, he gets knocked out by Albatross, I believe, and they bandage him to the best of their ability, and then basically give him to Burke to carry out. And after sneaking out of the Hurst estate and leaving that general area, they head back and gather things, and then head straight to Mama Sheen's place, where Burke splits off from the group and takes Hurst to Baragnir's prison cell to handle him there. And with that, Mama Sheen reveals to them that she knew that Dom was the one that was captured, and she withheld this information in hopes of it not being a distressful situation and not leading Damien down a darker path. But, unfortunately, it seemingly did the opposite. With this, she regretfully allowed them to continue on their journey, where also it was revealed that she had actually prepared for them not only just a cart for travel and a horse, but she had also prepared them a bunch of gifts, food rations, and some other little trinkets, including something that tore at the heartstrings of Damien, being the original cooking set that Dom had used when he was younger. And with these gifts discovered and the journey ahead, they all got into the cart and began down the road over to a certain bridge. After, I believe it was a full day or maybe of traveling this massive stone bridge that goes from one part of the island to the next, they are unfortunately surrounded at the end of the bridge by the Omen hunters. And after doing their best to try and get away from them, the Omen hunters managed to kill their horse and stop the cart and cause it to crash, where the players then have to fend off the hunters, and when the moment starts to seem a little iffy, the area that was originally surrounded by thick snowstorms and dense winds is suddenly met with the sounds of flapping giant membranous wings as a gigantic shadow lands behind the Omen hunters and shrinks and shrinks and shrinks down to a small humanoid size. And quickly, you begin to watch as one by one the Omen hunters are plucked out of the blizzard, the snowstorm that is occurring, almost as if they are pulled into the fog, and then thrown to the wayside. And then you witness that the crystals that are on their person that are rigged to detonate after their death explode one after the other, with the remaining few left quickly getting the fuck out of there, realizing what they're dealing with. And as this happens, and the battle seems to come to an end, the area around them clears. It quiets, as the storm seemingly disperses for a moment, as it is revealed that Arthur has arrived. Something to note for everyone: one of the secrets that he had given away in the very beginning was that Arthur was actually a dragon that was cursed to be stuck in the form of a human, but he has access to his powers for a limited amount of time. This being said, it was also revealed that he is, or at least was originally, a god of ushering people to their destination after death. He was known as Argathis the Divine. And with that information, and in witnessing his actual capabilities in full, they thank Arthur and begin a conversation where Arthur eventually lends off an item that he was originally planning to give to Pan a while back, but could not do it in the time. That being the mannequin that Pan now walks around with all the time. This horrific-looking humanoid-type doll, this marionette in a pink dress that has razor-sharp teeth and just seeming old, like aged bloodstains, possibly, is unknown as to what it may be. But eventually, after being gifted this, and then some discussions are more had, they all split, and they continue on their mission to help Haldren find his son. And with that, because I realized I didn't actually explain that part, they leave. They head straight to Icewind Port, their next destination in tow. And it was here in this port that they kind of were slowly gathering everything they needed to leave. They met up with Crag Flunderbus, the ship captain that Mama Sheen had prepared for them, and his very shoddily managed ship, the Krusty Bucket. They had met around town and learned some things about the people in the town, even Albatross kind of protecting a bar from an crazed drunkard. But eventually they all go onto the ship for one night to sleep so they can prepare for the day after, which they know to be a full moon. After this is revealed, they wake up in the morning to see that the Gildenjoss guards have actually appeared in town and have blocked the port from leaving in search of some creatures, or some people that have recently assaulted the manor. And after that man leaving with his information, they go to do their plans for the day. Some go to look for information on how the weather's going to turn out, so that they know when or what time they need to be sailing. Some going to get information on the guards and their whereabouts and what is happening. And then the others preparing for Gug's transformation. And eventually, when the time comes, they all usher themselves out of town, sneakily, into the frozen wastelands near Iceport to tend to Gug's transformation by locking him in a secret sky box thing. It, like, a rope descends and he can climb up and stuff. And eventually, when the full moon hits and he is shifted into this monstrous bestial form, he climbs out from there and falls and takes a bit of damage. And then ensues probably the stupidest thing I've ever witnessed. Why is there a tiny... Why is that there? Eventually, what happens is Pan basically just keeps teleporting him into the air, so he falls and takes the full down, or takes half the damage. She just kept doing it. So that's basically what happened, and eventually he got knocked out because of it. It was really funny. That happened. I had planned for that to be a way more intense fight, and it just couldn't even get to that because Pan was just like, into the air, into the air, into the air. It was just like, come on. But eventually he got knocked out.
Try that just against a regular person.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a sip of water because I've been talking for a lot.
By the way, during this small intermission, Mike, you got all this is a test.
What?
What you cut out?
I hope you're remembering everything that's said. It's going to be on the test.
Yes. So, after eventually doing this, they sneak back into town where Damien, with their plan, sneaks away from the group and goes toward the other side of the port where it is shown that a giant ship has docked to keep other ships docked in the bay. He sneaks onto the ship and sabotages their anchor system so they themselves cannot leave, nor can they manage to turn their ship. And after doing this, he runs back to the Krusty Bucket with the whole group, eventually all meeting up together and setting sail, with no one able to follow them due to the sabotage. And with all of that being said, with every... What is... Okay. I just heard... I've been talking so much I haven't been able to hear the sound effects that are happening in the background. I just heard Kiwi's microphone. Anyways.
What?
It just... Your air conditioning is what I heard. Anyways. It just randomly happens. It's literally nothing to deal with. Anyways. With everyone having had time to rest, a new day begins. And with that, I must ask once again, what is everyone doing? As I pull up
it's been that was 40 minutes ago. I don't remember.
I know.
I'll talk to you.
I can tell you exactly what I'm doing. It's Gamba time, baby.
So
Why do you sound like you're suddenly in the kitchen?
oh, okay,
That's because I am.
let me get
I'm
the
not
music going. That's funny.
Welcome everyone to the first episode of our One Piece D&D.
Damn, I did not really... I thought that'd be a lot quicker than 40 minutes. Like, jeez, there was a lot to go through.
Yeah, because it was less of a recap and more of a I'm just gonna story.
Yeah. I mean, after I was talking, I was realizing there was like a lot more to talk about, and I was like, fuck. Oh wait, I need to also...
It wasn't like, look, there are curses, these people got them, they went to this guy, and this guy said go on a fucking mission for the dwarves. Like, it like, nope, you had to go through every single scene.
Well, to be fair, this is the
Alright,
technically actual start of the season, because we were technically... It kind of feels like we were still technically in the other season, but it's fine. Either way, we've been gone for a while. I think a full recap was in due. With that being said...
is there a size limit to my teleportability?
I believe so.
I mean, probably, yeah. Like,
There
are you
has to be.
too fat?
What were you guys doing in chat?
Oh, like, did she teleport a ship?
Yeah, that's what I was literally thinking. Like, we get attacked by an enemy ship.
You just teleport over, like, howdy! You teleport the
water.
guy on the wheel.
Yeah, no, like, I'm not seeing anything that says about a size here. It
That's
just has
interesting.
to be within a certain range.
That's a bit goofy.
Like here, unless I'm missing something, you guys can bring back.
Magic to space. The target must succeed a constitution saving throw. If the target is teleporting over to space, chosen space must be surface. No, it just says target.
Yeah, so and
Or, sorry,
ships
creature.
can't have a Constitution saving throw. So before if
Well,
I use it on a
It
ship,
says a creature, specifically. You magic twist space around another creature you can see within range.
yeah,
It
that
has to
would
be
fun.
a something that is existing and able to attack in its own rights.
Quickly, someone take the animate object spell.
No. I don't know if I want to do that to a whole boat. But anyways, with that being said, and we're all finally caught up with one another in this situation. and we were coming down off of that backstory high. I would actually like everyone. I'm gonna click. Hold on, let me find it. Where's the? There it is. I've done this in so long. I'm gonna click this. I want everyone to click their token and then right-click it and click Add Turn.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
How do you?
So right-click your token and then click Add
Does
Turn.
my mic sound any better now?
Sounds further away.
Sounds so
Yeah, it's
quiet
going
now.
good.
I don't need the
No,
marionette.
not part of the ship, just the entity.
Yeah.
What? Why did?
Not
You
nothing,
I don't need the marionette. It's just you.
No,
You-
no. The marionette
No,
gets its
no,
own turn.
no,
Yeah.
No. Bad. Bad marionette. I will remove you from existence. I will Thanos snap your ass. All right. We'll just. Does it like randomly? All right. We'll do it like that. So.
What the fuck, man?
Fuck. Okay. It's like, does it? I was kind of hoping it would like randomly.
It's just
do
up
it.
or down. There is no randomness to it. It's
Alright.
fine. I'll go last.
What I will do is
Randomly.
I know Damien wanted to do something first. He was the first one to call
No, I'll
out.
go. No, now I want to go last.
Okay, you'll go last then. All right,
Yay.
Damien. It is early in the morning. You are just waking up, having experienced this whole scene, kind of replaying in your head, and you feel the rocking of the boat. It is gentle. The waves seem pretty nice this morning. Though you feel like you can't really taste a lot of things. The smells still there. You smell the salty air, the freshness of the ocean. Though it is a little gloomy due to the morning, it is refreshing in some way to finally be out of that city area of the island of Haru. And with that, what do you do?
It's a trick
I wonder
question.
if I can
but-
catch anything better today.
I'm gonna
Wait, the thing that
Being
you
on a
wanted to
boat
do
is
was
boring.
the thing that he wanted to make sure that you were versed for was gambling.
gambling.
Look,
I
no,
didn't
don't
know
get me
it
wrong.
was-
I
Boat
fucking
is
love gambling.
boring unless anything else is happening. I'm just gonna go fishing.
Alright. Give me a moment. I had to do some Discord adjusting. Alright. So, you are attempting to fish. Is that correct?
Gamble.
Alright. Let me find the fishing mechanic. I forgot where I placed it.
Your
Rules
butt.
information.
Ooh.
I
Get it
bought
out of there.
No. I don't want it there. It might just be in
What do you
the
mean, no,
ship
you?
rules. No?
Also, Cody, if you wanted it to be random, you could have just had us roll initiative.
I could have. I thought about that, but I was like, I'll just do that. And then
It's
I realized...
player-based needs, needed information.
Oh, okay.
Fishing
Oh, yeah. Thank you. All right. Been a while. Sorry. Fish minigame. Love that little icon. Not my image, by the way. So, I'm going to reread so everyone understanding the game can also understand this. For every 8 hour day you spend fishing. So basically, on a day like this is generally going to be what you're going to be doing throughout the day. Or at least for most of the day. So what I will actually ask is, do you want to do this in the morning, or are you going to save this for like a nighttime thing?
I'm gonna do this in the morning.
Okay, so this will take up a lot of your morning and into the afternoon a bit. Just be weary. So,
Gotta make sure we have something to eat,
that is true.
or they
So,
have something to eat.
As I will continue. For every 8-hour day you spend fishing, roll 5d6. If you are proficient with fishing tackle, you can re-roll a number of dice equal to your proficiency bonus plus your wisdom modifier, minimum of 1.
No,
Otherwise-
all I had was the fishing pole I bought.
Yes. Otherwise, you can re-roll a number of dice equal to your wisdom modifier, minimum of 1. Afterwards, sum the results of all the dice. If you rolled a special result, you may choose to multiply your sum by the corresponding modifier in the special result tab to obtain your overall fishing score. Fish caught with a
Right,
score
so
of
I can
60 or higher may have special or magical properties. Consult your DM to determine what those properties may be. Now, before we fully begin, I need to state this is not my creation. I have altered it a little bit, but this is not my creation. I took this from the internet. I do not know who did it, unfortunately. I should have written that down, but I didn't. But to know, not my creativity. This is somebody else's. If they see this, thank you. Put your name down in the description, or not description, the chat. That'd be funny if you could somehow access my description. That'd also be a little terrifying. But anyways, so roll me 5D beautiful sixes.
Would be so disappointed with you, Cody.
I'm sure. All right.
Oh.
All right.
So,
Man, you're only missing
re-roll
a
that
2.
6 using my 1 wisdom modifier to see if I can
Alright.
get it straight.
re-roll, baby.
You could have done the 1 or the 6, but yeah. I would re-roll the 1.
That
You're
is a fair
basically
point.
either looking for the 2.
Either way, I need to get a 2. So.
Yep.
Yeah, it's either way, but at least you get more points if you get the 6 rather than
Yep.
the 1.
Ooh.
Nope.
Unfortunate.
Just get a 4.
So what is the sum total of that? So it'd be 19
Plus 3 to 19.
22. So 22.
Yep. No multiplier.
Okay, roll me. This is salt water, actually. Hold on. So roll me a 2d6.
Oh, not bad.
11. Oh, right, damn. So
You have
while
11
you,
herrings.
Yep. While you are fishing throughout the morning and a little bit into the afternoon, though you are able to catch a good chunk of fish, is nothing super impressive. You feel that you can definitely manage a lot of food with this, but you've had better fishing days than this one. It was a good attempt, but maybe next time.
11 fish ain't bad.
Yeah. What is a herring?
It's a small fish. It's like a little bit bigger than probably the size of your hand.
I typed in herring and
What
got
about it?
Omen.
I got some good amount of food.
Apparently, there's a person called Herring. That is
He's
not
got
what I want.
crappies.
Yeah. What I should
Also,
do is
that
pull up
recap
what
took
was
so long. I need to go get more water.
I apologize, but we did have a lot to recap over. I honestly thought it wasn't that big. I thought it was a lot less than that.
That's what she said.
You just got really into it.
I did.
Now Panna's dancing with the marionette.
Yep.
Damn right I am.
Which is expected.
Oh, Mike
Yeah,
doesn't
and-
like herring. Apparently in Russia, herring isn't prepared very well.
Oh, okay.
But if Van were to dance with the marionette, I imagine it looks somewhat like the Joker dancing with Harley Quinn.
You mean the not Joker dancing with the not Harley Quinn? Because neither of them are the actual characters.
Yeah.
It's like, why even call them that if neither of them are the actual character?
Small.
That's why I hate those movies. Like, Joaquin Phoenix might be a good actor, sure, but that is the worst interpretation of the Joker I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I don't think we're referring to the same thing because I haven't seen Joker 2.
Probably for the best.
Didn't you just say Joker dancing with Harley Quinn?
Yeah, there's been plenty of those things.
Yeah, but not them two dancing. They normally don't get along. So it's like that only happens like 3 times.
I'm obviously not referring to the one time that was the Joker 2 movie.
It doesn't happen a
Okay,
lot.
then I
So
get-
maybe we're
okay,
talking
then
about the one
Suicide
that
Squad,
it
they
does.
do it. So
I was gonna say.
and then there's one time in the animation movie. So was it animated or was it Suicide Squad?
Does it
Might
matter?
be. Either way, you get the point.
Yeah.
You get the general gist.
That was such a
Well, it's
tangent,
definitely in all
man.
3 versions.
Calm your DC ass down. All right.
Don't tickle my tism and then expect me not to answer.
So, with that, Damien, you are free to roleplay as people walk by, obviously, but you are going to be, for the most time, fishing throughout the day. With that, we are going to be rolling on over to Pan, who is apparently, what is that? -1 million Riz? That's crazy. All right, Pan,
Sorry, I have to
what
go,
are you doing?
I have to go last. I have to go last because of my initiative.
all right. Are you
Yeah.
drawing a fishing pole on your character, Ethan?
What are you
Yes.
talking about?
This is... I just want to state, the only reason I knew that is because you are the one my map screen is looking at. So the entire stream zoomed in just to see Damien holding a fishing pole. That's really funny. Sorry, I'm trying to empty my pockets out. I forgot I still had a bunch of junk in them. All right, Pan. What you doing, baby?
I'm doing the joker, baby.
You doing the what?
No, don't worry. I don't know. Can I go last?
Sure. I'm just gonna move you down below Albatross then. Gug, my not furry character.
Yuggers.
You
Not so furry right now. Balding.
Yeah. Similar to almost said Albatross. Similar to Damien, you wake up to the feeling of the boat rocking side to side in a calming motion. I also just realized, did we ever discover if anyone has possible like seasickness?
I think so.
I don't think anyone does, but
I think we've. Well, I think because
Everyone
my
rolls
guy's ultra
constitution.
balanced. Like, my
Yeah.
guy's ultra balanced. One of them's a ghost. One of them like shakes all the time, and
Wait,
then there's Gug.
Was I
so
able
like,
to
who
successfully
knows?
swim when I was stealth mission
yes.
on
Yes.
that boat? Okay. That's something I was scared of. I don't think I have the physical organs to become seasick anymore.
That's a good
No.
point. Ow! I just hit my freaking mic stand. Anyways,
I mopped the
You-
hard
Dan
deck.
probably
and go
doesn't
up on
You-
it,
take the
go up
correct
the-
fluids to make vomit.
so you wake up and you smell the fresh sea air. What do you do as you are awakening?
I'm going to like pull back the long hair I have along the backside of my head and like comb it down my back, and then I'm gonna step outside with like a big old stretch, just get like a good like warm bask in it real quick.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Absorb the heat from the foggy day.
Good morning, man.
Good morning, Gug.
And then I'll pick up a dirty rag from nearby, and I'll proceed to go over next to the cannon on the main deck, and I'll twist it to the side, and I'm gonna start reaching my hand down into the cannon to clean the inside of it with the rag.
Oh my god. I was like, what are you doing?
Hey,
Great.
pushes Gug into the cannon and then fires it.
So great leeway into something I was going to actually bring up, because if you all remember, you all are not just passengers, you are also now shipmates. Some of you have chores. Damien is technically already doing one of his. He is doing he's the cook, and he has to gather food for his other shipmates, whereas Gug is the swabby, aka the guy who cleans the ship and the decks and stuff, but he's also the medic. Pan, who is absolutely loaded with shit, is the shipwright, the sailor, the rope runner, and the boat swain. Basically the management of the ship when it comes to anything that needs repairs or anything that needs to be done. They are the one that inspects basically everything. Albatross being the quote-unquote quartermaster with a question mark. He is also the lookout, the navigator, and the gunman. And Crag obviously is the captain and the helmsman. So everyone is aware.
I should totally have Pan just put a giant coal of fucking engine on the back of the boat.
I don't even think you have the resources for that. But anyways,
I was just joking.
all right. Thank you, Gug, for that little,
It's like the
little
Fire Nation.
tangent. What are you doing now, buddy? You're cleaning the cannon, I believe is what you said?
Yeah, I'm cleaning it until you can eat off the inside of it.
Jeez.
Good luck.
All right, yeah. Okay, so what we were going to be doing...
That shit's probably
He
rusty
scrubs
at this
the
point.
he scrubs the rifling off so it doesn't shoot straight anymore.
So, what we are going to do is we're going to have you roll a performance check to see how good you are at cleaning this cannon.
Yeah, what's that?
There's actually
Alright.
rolls for this stuff.
Is that performance?
Yep. This will kind of go through most of your cleaning jobs. This is what you're going to be managing. Nice.
Ooh.
Easy enough. You are very,
Very
very
clean.
careful. You are very meticulous with this. And honestly, at least in my perspective, it seems like you might be enjoying this. It's peaceful for once. You don't have to feel like you have to sneak around, be weary of the people around you. You're able to just enjoy the moment of just being normal, doing normal things. There's nothing really behind you have to worry about anymore.
I'm gonna be sitting
No.
crisscross on the ground, humming to myself.
Yeah.
Like as I clean the inside of the cannon, just.
Yeah.
I don't know. Bringing your guard down around Pam seems like a death sentence. I'm not gonna lie.
I've already got my arm in a cannon. What else?
Yeah, that's
like,
true.
happen, you know?
That's what had me worried when he said he was doing that. With
The
that,
thorough guy.
you will be basically cleaning the cannons around the ship for a while, similar in length to what Damon is doing on the daily. And while that's happening, Albatross, what are you doing as the morning arises for you as well?
Well, needing a little bit less sleep than someone like Gug does, I would be already kind of up. And being reminded of our Shipley duties, me having you said it was a foggy day as well.
Yes. It's a
So
bit of a
me
foggy
having double the night vision everyone else has, I guess I'm just kind of doing my normal lookout duties. Of
So you're on the-
I can actually see through this fog.
Well, it wouldn't let you see through the fog. That is, night vision and fog vision are two very different things.
Well, fog vision, I assume, doesn't exist. Unless you're gonna say, actually, in D&D lore, there
Well,
is a
no,
fog
no.
vision.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying fog is not something that is like nighttime. You know, it's not darkness. It is an obstacle, an actual physical
Look,
thing.
I
blocking your
can literally, I created a fog that surrounded the ship, and I could see through that. But I can't see through this. This
It's
is
just,
bullshit.
just fog. But also, I never said it was
That
dense
was
fog.
shadow!
I never said it was dense fog. I just said it was fog.
Look, man, I'm just trying to do the things that I was here to do.
Alright,
and
cool.
Lookout, Navigator are two of them that we need right now. And we don't even really
Meanwhile,
need that.
describing your eyeball vision as main character eyes.
Look
Anyways,
here, motherfucker. Look here, asshole. I gotta just fill in the void of something, okay?
you're okay. You're okay.
Look, I'm looking. My eyes glow. Are slightly more red than normal from the lack of drinking blood, and I'm a little bit. I'm just looking, man. I'm just looking. I didn't even do that.
With that, give me a moment. So you are Navigator and Lookout. I'm trying to look at something because I think I have a roll for what. Yes. Roll me a perception check.
I think I have a roll for this. Oh yeah, perception check.
Oh yeah.
The most-
Well, no, I was just making sure it wasn't anything other that I need to worry about. I'm also going
The
to...
most common one.
yeah, bitch.
Nice.
I have the best eyes of the crew. I told you.
Alright. Nice. I'm going to roll, and based on what I roll... Yeah, by the way, I will state this. So everyone knows, in cases of combat from here on out, I am rolling in-game this time. But for things that I need to keep secret, I will be rolling in person, and they will not be shown on camera. Those are things that I will keep in my brain. So keep that in mind.
No one's watching your stream. No one playing is watching your stream, so you can go ahead and roll
I'm
on
sure.
stream. No
So-
I'm
one's.
logging onto your stream
I have
right
3
now.
viewers currently.
Ah, got him. No, I'm just saying, like any of us. Maybe
know.
besides Ethan now.
Wait, I can probably bring out my little ladder.
You're about to have 4. I'm keeping in that insider information now.
Oh,
I went up stream so I can watch the
no.
intro.
We have pierced the veil and see through the lies.
See, not my lies. Oh, how could you see through them? I thought I made them impenetrable. I
He
really
would
tried
never
my
have
best.
guessed that his friends would tune into his own stream.
Alright, yeah, totally. I'm gonna actually re-roll real quick because
You know,
I
if you
forgot
want more
I
of a
could just
scene, I do
roll
have.
like
Some,
this.
I thought of something that we could do.
Exactly the same number. That's amazing. Actually, a little better. All right, cool.
What?
So, you are on the lookout. You are observing the surrounding area. I'm trying to adjust my wheels. Sorry, my desk chair is being fidgety. All right.
Here, let me
You
help
are
you.
looking out along the sea, and you do see like the horizon and everything, and a sun rising beautifully, mind you, in the sky. And you have traveled on the ocean maybe once, maybe twice. I believe it's just once at the current.
Literally
And-
only. This is the second time.
Yes. This is a sight you don't get, or at least maybe you didn't get the last time, maybe because you were probably still hiding in your own thoughts more. But it is very peaceful to just look out ahead of everything and just see the vastness of the world. You look behind you and off in the distance, you can still see the silhouette of Haroon off far into the distance. And that was the point. And as you are observing this, you spot something off in the distance, a little bit ahead of you, maybe to the... Hold on, as I have to pull out the ship anatomy.
You said ahead, but then you also said I looked behind. So is it
I was saying
in front of us or behind us?
what I was saying is you were looking around, but you started with the back and then looked ahead and saw something. But give me a moment. There it is. Oh god, I don't think this helps me at all. Nope. I was really hoping. Yeah, alright. I was really hoping that would have written that better, but you look towards the front right of the ship, off in that direction, and you see what...
Wait a minute. Oh god. Wait a minute. Hi, Rabbit. How you doing? I'm just looking over here.
It is quite a ways ahead. You still have a bit of drifting to do to get to it. But it looks like maybe a bunch of boxes, some planks, something. There's a lot of just debris floating in that area.
So am I standing up in the crow's nest, walking around the ship?
What I would say is you normally would be up in the crow's nest, but if you wanted to kind of get a closer look, you can move a little closer to the front of the ship.
Well, I was saying for like RP reasons, I could be like, well, we're just gonna do this now. To get closer look, or to like make sure, I walk up to the front of the ship, still seeing it, as Damien over here is just, looking at his line. Damien, do you see that too? I just point off on the distance at all the boxes.
See what?
And as Damon, you are shown, you do see a faint silhouette of boxes, maybe.
I don't see shit. I don't see shit.
You didn't need to roll. He was showing you.
It's funnier though.
I mean,
Okay.
you could say advantage and then he gets the 16 because they...
That would make sense. He is helping. Yes, you get the advantage. Either way, you see it. There's no need to roll. I would have said roll.
I just like that's like him being totally disinterested.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I'm just here to fish, man. Like,
Yeah. Sure. He just waves you off.
You're going crazy, Albatross. There ain't shit there.
But
Have we been out of sea too long?
he
do
pulls the reel in.
see-
Fuck, another herring.
You do see the fucking wreckage, or the small wreckage up ahead.
How are you gonna do that?
Fucking Captain. Captain. Can you?
Jeez.
I mean, we already have Beerus in this, so you're just gonna start counting all the
Shut
other
up.
characters slowly.
I will Hakai your ass. Hey,
Aw, damn.
Beerus can Hakai the ghost. You're
Thanks.
still in the line of fire. You rush through the deck of the ship, or across the deck of the ship, and make your way over towards the wheel where Crag Flunderbus is promptly stationed. And once you get over there, you will notice that he has a box that has been crudely nailed to the front area of the wheel so he can stand up and properly hold the wheel. And you see him kind of just managing the wheel well enough, but on his hip you see a bottle that has been strapped to his waist, and you see him just kind of like looking over it, and when he makes eye contact with you, you watch his hand reach down and grab the bottle and open it, and then pop it in his mouth, and he says, What you need now, boy? And he puts it back onto his thing.
I don't. Sorry, sir. I don't know much boat terminology, but the front right side, there's some type of debris, like maybe a wreckage in the water.
There's a bit of wreckage out in the water. Hey, Gun. Hold this. And he jumps off the boat, and he goes, just keep her straight. And he starts to walk his way across. I don't know why I'm doing the line, but yeah, this is how it looks. He gets over to here, and Damien, you see him kind of walk behind you.
When he said he jumped off the boat, I genuinely thought he meant he went into the water.
No, he jumped off the box he was standing
Craig
on.
knows how to swim.
Yeah, I am an athlete. But you see him pull out this little telescope, and he kind of flicks it up and stretches it out a bit. And he's looking down. He says, "Well." He collapses it and puts it back in his pocket. Aye, there be loot. Just keep us straight. I'll fucking do the anchor right here. And he just gets over to the anchor, and he looks, and he is kind of looking back at you and then back at the thing. And what I will say is, as you are keeping the wheel steady, it takes about 5 minutes of doing this, of keeping the thing steady, and him going be like, look to the left, look, no, back to the right. What are you doing? There. Oh, keep it straight, steady. Oh. And then you just hear this sound of chain drop and release, as suddenly the ship comes to a quick halt, as you all feel the ship lurch forward. Everyone make a dexterity save.
I don't wanna.
Too bad.
Yo.
Jeez!
Oh,
Okay.
I thought that one was
Well,
mine
What's
first.
insane is even when Damien got a nat 1, he was still better than Gug.
Yep. So here's what's funny, and this is the good thing. Saves do not require, or are not affected by netting. So it's the value that matters the most. So here is what happens. Pan, you are watching this, and you quickly, you realizing what he's doing, it's within an instant your hand reaches out and pierces into the mast, gripping onto it, and the moment the ship stops, you seemingly just do not move. Albatross, you're already on the wheel, you're holding it fine, nothing happens to you. However, Damien,
To the unsuspecting two,
Yes.
one with his hand deep inside of a ton.
You are seeing this.
Oh, God.
You're fishing, and you pull up, and you see this massive fish. It looks like a gigantic one, and you're like, "Oh, I finally got something different!" And suddenly, brrr, and your fishing pole gets dislodged out of your hand as you slam into the ballista next to you, and you see the rod and the fishing pole go into the water with the fish.
No!
And
he
as
bought that that pole.
as this
I
happens,
spent like half my money on that shit.
as this happens, Gug, you are cleaning the barrel of this cannon. You are making sure it's nice, spick and span, and suddenly you begin to notice you are not standing straight or sitting down anymore. You are beginning to roll as you are suddenly flung in the direction of this other cannon as your head bonks against the other cannon. You will take 1d6 bludgeoning damage.
Ow. Help!
I
The ship's
can imagine
gonna kill
what
me.
happened when you get in that one.
My kid's
So-
dark me.
As this happens, and you,
1d6.
Pan, can you roll a save also for the... Oh, wait, that was for the puppet. Never mind. Yeah, no, the puppet
Yeah.
just stands completely stiff. Nothing happens to the puppet. As
Puppet's
this
perfect
occurs, you all hear, "Hi, that was perfect! Nice job!" And he holds a thumbs up over to you, Albatross.
Perfect! I lost my fishing rod!
The moment you do this, you see him go from happy to scared in an instant. He goes, "Ah! When did you get there?"
I've been right behind you the whole time.
Well, you shouldn't have been fishing when there was looting about. I will get you another one. You can borrow mine for the
While
time
we're
being.
at sea, you gotta get a new fishing rod. I'd love to see you do that. Maybe Pan can make one, so you might not be that much in trouble. But goddamn it, I kind of need that to make our food.
Oh, I'm sure you spent like a few gold pieces. Ain't that much. Stop your yipping. Look ahead. There might be a new one up ahead. And directly you all see it. I will circle this.
Ships, older ships stop. Not exactly like that, but similar enough to where this is a German version of it.
If those who have played Sea of Thieves imagine that similar form of stopping, that's kind of what happens. But in this little awkward circle of shits colored, why did I use that color? That is a very awkward choice. Noted. I
It's
use
red,
a
I guess?
brighter one.
Wow.
It's like a weird brown. I will use a better color. We'll use. Why did it go back to brown? All right. I'll just put an X right over here. You all see a slowly. It's not there directly, but it's slowly drifting in that spot. It looks to be a part of a small mast that has been tipped over. There is a mass of planks. There is a few shipping crates and barrels, but I want everyone to roll me a perception check for those who are looking over the edge.
Do I have to do mine again? Because mine was, I guess, to see it the first time?
What I will say is, are you staying at the back of the ship with the helm, or are you moving at all? Or are you going to the front? Oh, poor David.
I guess, because like we just fully docked, right?
Yes.
Not docked, but we just fully put our anchor down. So I might as well go up.
So
Yeah, I'll go
everyone who
Are
is
you rolling
looking
D6 or am I?
a D6.
My damage.
Oh no, yeah, you roll.
Yeah,
a
didn't you say it
D6.
was 1d6?
Yeah, 1d6.
I
There's
don't think Pan would have any interest in what's happening.
So do I have to roll again? That's fine.
Okay, what was that, by the way, Pan?
I don't think Pan would have any interest in the loot.
Okay. Then
In
if you
fact,
feel
I
that
think
you
she would. Yeah, I think she would actually turn to the captain and be like, "You're supposed to be getting us to where we need to be, not stopping for every bit of loot. We are on a time crunch here." And like,
But this is interesting.
and she carries like a tone of like unusual annoyance. That's for her.
Aye. My ship, my rules. We'll get to where you're going. Besides, I'm the only ship in the area that would ever go where you're going. So,
If
just
this
be thankful
pit
I'm
stop
even
is
doing
what
it.
causes me to lose Dom, I'm coming back for your ass.
Who? Oh, yeah, the other guy. Yeah, we'll be fine. Hey, I'm a great captain. The greatest captain. As a matter of fact, I bet we'll be there even before we take a few stops. We'll be early. Guarantee. As long as nothing happens
A
in
greater
the trap.
captain would let us know when they're dropping the anchor.
I screamed it, didn't I? Did I? I don't really know.
No.
Too drunk to know.
And just sort of storms off annoyed.
Oh, bye! More loot for me!
It's Pan's time of the month. Oh, gross.
Oh, God.
Yo. No, that is not
okay.
at all what it is. She
So
can't
for
even
who-
get one of those.
So, who all is participating in the perception? Is it, Gug?
Well,
It looks
I'm
like
still
Gug
asking
and
if mine
Damien.
counted from earlier, or do I need to redo it?
Reroll for this, because you're more looking directly at the stuff. Ooh, very nice.
Ooh.
So, Damien,
Not
you
as
are
good, but pretty much.
You are very pissed. You had just lost your fishing rod. And you've been fishing up nothing but herring this entire time, and you had thought you finally had something big on your hook, just for it to literally be dragged away into the depths. And you could care so little for what is on this loot crate, if you will. However, Gug and Albatross, you two are keen for this kind of thing. You are aware of your surroundings, and though you guys are on a time crunch, you're kind of taking it a bit loosely. You're feeling, though, this is more of a miniature break, a vacation of sorts, to be away from this, just the monotony of what you've been dealing with for the past few weeks.
The world.
And yes, and you are very
So
keen to investigate the mass of, or the remains of what looks to be a ship. And you notice, the both of you, an iron chest strapped to the mast, barely holding on.
Gug, not to be the
Yes.
one to point out the obvious, but if there is loot here, if there is a broken ship, that means something had to have broken it.
And then the Kraken attacks.
Yes.
Oh god.
No.
The water turns
I was
red.
thinking like,
Yeah.
like the Royal Navy or something. Like,
For those who have played Sea of Thieves, the water turns black.
Yeah.
I did not play Sea of Thieves. Oh
It's a
god.
fun game. It's a fun game. But anyways,
No one will play it with me.
We should just do all our boating sections of this D&D
No.
on Sea of Thieves.
no, thank you.
That'd be
That
funny.
would be funny.
We just
No.
come between games.
Anyways,
The funny thing is, my character on Sea of Thieves is Skeleton.
of course.
How
Alright.
far are we from the docks?
From the what?
Docks. Do you think it's the Navy?
Well, this far out, we've been out here a day. It could be. It's not too far off to be entirely reckless, but I wouldn't. I'd still be a little surprised. Because this question: does this
Yeah.
boat look like it was once big or small?
It looks small. Possibly maybe a fishing boat of sorts.
You know, for a rum runner or some type of fishing boat. Why have the Royal Navy attack them?
Well, there's no way to for sure. Like, they could have been smuggling.
Guess you have a point. Maybe they were smuggling kind like us.
As you all are saying this, you suddenly hear, "Is that a chest?" Splash.
Oh
As-
god.
I'll get rope.
Quickly, raise the anchor, let's
I'll
just leave
get
him
rope.
behind and take his boat.
As you watch,
I second that vote.
as you watch,
No.
I almost forgot his name. As you watch Crag jump into the water immediately, and to your surprise, he is fighting the waves expertly. It is almost as if he's able to just effortlessly swim. Maybe the years he has actually, been on the seas, he's decided to make sure that even the waves themselves might not be too much of a problem with this little short man. But he manages his way onto the remains of what looks to be a tiny fishing boat, and he is trying his best to pull at something that you two had known to be an iron chest. He's pushed away some of the rubble of the ship and trying his best, but it seems to be decently chained to the mast. And you hear him call out, like, "Yeah, anyone know you got something to pluck this thing out?"
Damien, I know you may not be in the greatest of moods about all of this, but well, two questions. One, you do have a lockpicking set, don't you? And two, and more importantly, you were able to, when you swam before, did that worked? Did you interact with the waves, or do you just kind of glide through them, or how'd that work?
It's just kind of like water doesn't really affect me. It's almost like flying. At least it was
Well,
last time.
Well, if any of us were going to go into the seas and not disrupt anything, it'd probably be best we send you.
I'll see what I can do.
Alright.
Meow.
And you land down there with Crag, and you see
Oh,
him.
yeah, why not?
Wing style jumps up and dives.
You see him wrestling a chained iron chest that is quickly starting to dip a little lower into the water. He's like, no. Hey, Damien, was it? Can you help me a little bit? I'm trying to get this chain off this chest, and I won't do it.
Are you trying to get the chain off, or do you just want to open the chest here?
I would rather do it when I'm not having to swim for my life. Also, if there's coins in here, I don't want it to get lost to the seas. Just swim me closer to the ship. Someone toss down a rope.
Okay.
Damien.
Come on.
Damien. Well, extra question. How thick is this chain?
It is your general average iron chain.
Damien, stretch out the chain in any part you can.
All right. I'm gonna grab the chain and attempt to swim away closer to the ship with it.
All
I'm
right.
gonna fucking bow and arrow this shit. I'm gonna break the chain with an arrow.
Oh,
Ooh.
very interesting.
Yeah.
Use the ballista. Really putting stakes
You know
on
what?
this.
I'm
There you go.
roll
Just up the arrow by 50.
roll to hit. Shoot that thing.
Nice.
Right between his fingers.
Immediately, the chain is split in twain, and you suddenly hear, "Oh, oh, oh! It's heavy! Oh no, I'm going down with it! Oh, well."
And I'll
I
toss
suppose
like
I
an
should
end
probably
of
help him. I'm gonna help him grab the chest, trying to get it above.
Yep, and easily
Maybe
enough.
Since I don't
grab
have
his
to
chest and
breathe,
leave
I don't have
him.
to worry about drowning. I'm
That's
just
true.
holding it above my head.
Did any of you, I just want to ask so I can make sure. I think Gug grabbed a rope, right? Or did anyone grab a rope?
Yeah.
I
Okay.
have it.
Okay. So who's tossing the rope down? I think it was Gug. I don't know.
Me.
I would assume it's
Okay.
fine.
I'm tossing
So-
the end of it down right now.
Gotcha. You immediately, Crag sees it and he's like, nudges his head in that direction. He's like, "Swim that way! No, not that way. This way. Damien, do you know how to swim?"
Apparently.
No.
Well, good enough for me.
I'll turn
And
to-
he.
I'll turn to Pan and I'll ask like, do you think your marionette could help pull them up?
Fine.
Like,
And
I see where this is going already. I don't want to get dragged over. I don't want to be a wet dog.
What dog? That's funny. And just as you would expect, they get onto the rope and they pull down. And the Crag yells, "Pull us up! I got the chest."
Do we
I'll
both
give
roll
it.
strength?
What I will say is whoever has the best strength will roll at advantage.
Oh,
Not me.
what's your strength code?
1.
Okay, well, the marionette's stronger
How
than
the
you,
fuck am I
apparently.
stronger than you?
Wow.
What?
I'm not a very strong boy.
He is a wizard.
Oh.
You kind of redo it. Oh,
6'2".
oh god.
So
Oh no!
I said at
Yeah,
advantage.
okay.
This is what's great about this. So you both start pulling, and Gug, the rope
Gug
is a
didn't
little.
roll.
Huh?
Gug didn't roll strength.
He doesn't need to. I just said whoever has the highest will have advantage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Pan is rolling the marionette's strength, and
Yeah.
as this happens, Gug, you are trying your best to maintain the rope, but whatever is in that chest is surprisingly heavy. But the marionette is directly behind you, and without even moving an inch, it is effortlessly pulling the rope behind you. And eventually, you all watch as Crag, one arm over the railing of the ship, pull himself up, and then throw the chest to the side of the railing, and then reach down and pull up Damien from the water as he pats him on the back, saying, "That'll lie." Oh no! I didn't mean.
Don't fucking touch me.
Are you still upset about that, man? You're pushing.
Yes, of course I'm upset about my fishing pole.
I
Hey,
said
don't
I'd
have
give you
enough gold in
mine.
your chest in order to buy
Jeez.
one.
If any of you have wire, I can make Cub a I can make Damien
Cub?
a replacement.
Is there a bear
Actually,
over
I have
here?
the
Is it not
captain.
floating in the water?
Huh?
Is it floating in the water? Like, is it wooden?
What?
Or is it like...
No.
Oh no,
No,
no.
fish took it.
Yeah, fish took it.
Yeah.
It's gone.
Yeah, it was. Alright.
So, you get onto the deck, and immediately Crag, after having that little discussion, shimmies over to the chest and he's looking at it. Yeah, it's a little rusty, but it seems pretty fine. Must not have been floating for too long. And he kind of looks at the lock.
That's a
and...
bit of a worrying statement.
Is anybody even more disturbed?
I don't worry about what happens all the time. It's the ocean. The place is dangerous. Some people go out farther than they
If you
should.
said it's recent, that means it's just recently sunk.
That's not recent. I
probably
said
be on the
somewhat
lookout.
recent. Fine.
Also, isn't there entire tales about people finding chests in shipwreckages and then the chest is cursed or whatever?
Nonsense. The
How
only
would
thing
you open
cursed
the
is the
chest?
shroud. We ain't there yet.
Yeah,
You know
I'm
what?
not opening that.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna take a step back while you open that.
No one's helping him.
No.
I'll help.
Help.
I guess that'll be me.
Right? And you see him fiddling, like he's got like he's got like a little knife, and he's got some like a hairpin that he just happens to have, and he's kind of fiddling with it. And you hear one of the pins snap. He's like, "Son of a bitch! You got anything I can stick in here? I just need a little bit more pressure."
Fine, move out of the way.
Oh,
Yay!
Just
and,
chink.
yeah. No, you see that he had the thing lined up perfectly. He just missed his last part of the tool, and you easily just put it in there and just went, and immediately the
It's not like if this chest is cursed, I can get more cursed.
You do have a point.
Yeah.
See it? Positivity. And then he looks over at the chest and lifts the lid up. And what you see is a few rolled up pieces of paper.
13-year-old girl.
No.
What the fuck?
No. You see a few rolled up pieces of paper. Some letters, it would seem. You see a little pouch of what seems to be coins, though you do not know the amount as of yet. But you will also take note. There is a pistol in this chest. A flintlock.
Oh, damn.
Albatross takes it and throws it overboard.
I have no interest in such things.
Yeah. As you see this, you see Flunderbuss look over and he immediately sees the coin pouch and says, "Yoink! This is, let's see how much we got here." And he kind of pours it out into his hand, and he's just counting. Holy shit! Alright, that's not too bad. 50 gold coins, 20 silver, and like 5 copper. That's not bad, actually. Damien, how much was your fishing rod?
That is a good question. How much did I spend on
Don't
I don't think it was super
think
cheap.
it was much. He digs into the gold and he pulls out 15 gold coins. He says, "I'll give you mine temporarily, but this will pay back for the fishing rod you lost. I am sorry." And he hands you the gold coins.
I mean, it's fine. I just want something to do. I'm liking fishing. It's all I got right now.
I mean, there's other things you gotta do around the deck. Fishing can't be the only thing.
Yeah, I'm cooking as well, so I gotta cook with what I catch.
That's true. That's very true. All right then. Anyways,
So just next time you lower the anchor, let us know first.
you know, we do have a bell for that. Oh well. You guys can dig through the chest. I got my gold. And he puts the rest back in his little pouch and then ties it back up and then heads back to his helm. Oh, and because one of you lift the anchor when you're done. We're going to set sail again. Then he just makes his way back.
Me being the curious boy that I am, I read paper and I try to open them.
Is
So-
that all he cared about was
I
the
read
gold?
it.
Yeah, that's all he grabbed was the bag.
So,
I read over Albatross's shoulder too, by the way.
awesome. So there are...
I'm nabbing that flintlock actually.
Okay.
There you go, you can have that.
So first things first, there are 2 notes, a letter, and then the flintlock. I say notes. They're more like scrolls. Sorry, 2 scrolls.
So 2 scrolls, a letter, and then the flintlock. So
Yes.
3 different. That's 3 different letters. Okay. I guess we'll grab the letter first because it's the odd man out.
Yes. So you grab the letter, and it is, as you would expect, a little soggy, a little moist. It is not super wet, as the chest has managed to maintain its shuttedness. But when you peel open the letter and you begin to read, it is very clear that this was the last writings of a man who was hoping that this may reach someone.
Wait, what language was it written in?
This was written in Common.
Okay.
As it reads, "I don't have much time. We are currently under assault by some beast. I think this is all I can do. I have stashed what I could grab, what I consider important to me, into this lockbox, and I hope that maybe some magical way it makes it out of this horrible fate I have found myself in. My name is... I almost said the name that I always do. My name is William. No.
My name is Igor Montoya, and you killed my father.
He says his name...
My name is Will Turner.
Jesus. I hate that you guys make me do want to name him Will, but we're not going to. It says his name is Charles Van Brunt, and he was the captain of a small fishing vessel. He writes in the note, I have a wife and a child at home that I will never be able to see again. But if you do find this note, if you can deliver it to them over on Icewind Port, tell them I'm sorry, Daddy's not coming home this time.
Isn't Icewind Port the place we just left?
Yes.
Well, we ain't going back fucking now, alright.
And that is what the note says.
Might as well just throw it overboard, because we ain't going back.
So I assume everyone was reading over my shoulder.
Yeah.
So everyone's informed.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can feel my breath on your neck while you're reading.
Okay, hold on. This is like a cartoon. So it's like the camera pans behind Albatross is reading, and then suddenly you see two heads rise up from the corners of the screen. But that is what you read from the note.
You're more concerned about us not going back to Icewind than the fact that his ship was taken upon by a beast.
Quite frankly, I don't care. We'll probably have to kill it at some point anyways.
And that doesn't worry you at all. The fact that we could die in the ocean.
And we've survived worse.
We still have more notes to read. Maybe we can get 19.
Okay. So I pocket the letter.
Yes.
Then like, okay, whatever. I just gamble like the right scroll. Fine. I take that one. I slowly unveil it.
So in this scroll, this seems to be... The best way I can describe it is it seems to be like a ledger of important shipping things he had done in hopes of gaining some form of recompense to anyone who has found it. Basically, something you can give into a dock to retrieve fundings, or at least the funds that would normally go to the family of the person this is retrieved from. Consider it kind of like a retirement fund for those who are deceased. Is proof of this. And
okay, so it's basically his will.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
It's like a fisherman's will.
All right. Well, then that's whatever. We pocket that one too.
Or an
last scroll.
obituary?
Obituary would be them telling about his death. It's a little bit closer to a will.
Yes.
It's like half manifest, half will.
Yeah. Tomato, tomato. Anyway.
So I would go for the other scroll.
The other scroll is a picture. A very well-drawn picture of what looks to be a man, maybe in his late 30s. He has some brown, scruffy hair. He seems to be wearing just your average, like, little fishing cap. He is wearing this leather, like, pants with straps that go over a striped shirt, or button-up shirt. And in this picture, he is holding up a fishing rod that, on the end, has this large, what's the fish with the giant? Is it a giant, like, sword nose? It's not a swordfish. There's another one. It's what's the word?
I don't know.
Capybara.
I don't think that's right.
It doesn't.
for the sake of simplicity, because I don't remember, I'm just gonna say it looks to be a gigantic tuna. And standing next to the man, is a young boy who is big, bright-eyed, smiling, with his full teeth shown bare and one tooth missing, and he is sitting next to his dad, holding the leg of the man and putting a thumbs up.
Hey, Pen, does this boy look familiar to you?
Nope.
Like the one we found in the marketplace?
Oh, no. Actually, what I will have you do...
Oh, I can't do that.
That's funny. If you want, you can history check.
Okay, I will. There's no reason why you know this.
Yeah.
But,
Uh-oh.
yeah, there's no reason you know this.
Oh, nice.
I guess you lived in the town more than we did, so
Yeah.
you
So-
might actually know this.
That would actually make sense.
Yes. And what I
But
will
the
say
thing is-
Yep.
And really wouldn't care.
No. Damien.
I was
you-
just joking with the whole "does he look familiar" thing.
Yeah. Damien, you look at this picture, and the fishing rod thing's kind of still in the back of your brain, but it quickly leaves your mind as you recognize this boy.
Oh?
His name you didn't get, but you recognized the smile. He was always down running through Gildan Yost with his mom. They did, at least what you saw, you were checking her out for maybe hoping she would have some form of quote-unquote loot to take. But you noticed how her and the child always happily stuck together. And you caught some of the conversations where the mom would talk about her husband being out for a while, but I'm sure he's got the biggest catch he's ever had. And the dad being so proud of his dad, the son being so proud of his dad as a fisherman that he one day wants to become a fisherman. And you remember all of this, and you kind of now realize a solemn part of this world that some people don't get happy endings, and some people don't even know what ending others will get. This is not a world of fun and happiness all the time. This is a brutal reality that all of you have known for a little while now, but just even out in this open ocean where you hope to escape some of that bit of grim reality, it still somehow bears its fangs into your memory.
Can we get the anchor up so we can keep going?
Leave.
I believe that's a good idea.
I'll be damned if this is the same thing that happens to Dom.
Well, he's not on the sea, but
Not really the time, Albatross.
look.
Yes.
I'm just gonna go this way.
And with that,
Awkwardly shuffle.
the day continues. Pan, I would like to
Pan.
ask as
Never mind.
roleplay, go.
You're busy.
Well,
Pan, I thought of something. You have elemental, I guess is the word for it. I guess bullets for your flintlock, yes?
mainly incendiary rounds, but yes.
Do you think it's at all possible that you could make some in the form of arrows, perhaps?
I could.
You already know that you could, or you think that you...
You see this flintlock, you see my arms, you see my legs, my eyes. All this was created by me. You think making a little arrow that just goes kablooey would be any sort of difficulty for me?
Like, I feel like a steel ball would be a little bit easier. Shaft. Yes, I assume that you had the technical knowledge. So was that like a maybe?
You cut out.
You think about it? What?
You cut out at the end.
At what point? I mean, I was just kind of rambling. So
It was, Actually, I immediately forgot. Damn.
Okay,
It
anyway,
wasn't anything like super important. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll see what I can do.
Well, I just think it would be very useful if we're going to be in more combat soon.
Excuse me.
I will add. I will add that to the list of things that I am planning to create.
I'm gonna go back to the wheel now. You do whatever it is you do.
Before you
Oh.
do, Albatron, do you fancy yourself a game of cards?
Actually, you'd be surprised that the elves were quite into cards. Perhaps not the same cards that the Realms of Men have. I'm not sure, actually, but they're quite into games.
So, Cody, just out of curiosity, what card games would exist in your world?
Honestly, just your generic games that you can base off of, like with, so like your generic deck, right? Something similar to that. Maybe not exactly that, but it's basically the same thing.
So like poker, spades, the
Yes.
classic, just straight deck of cards games.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. When I offer this, this would have to be purely roleplay based or role based, whatever, because I have no clue
That's
how to play poker. So
I
Ken,
was
just
I was expecting to have to do that. Also, Damien, you now have a flintlock.
Yes.
Pen,
Oh god, he has a gun!
Oh, wait,
So
shit.
good. I was
Somebody
planning
gave the
on
rabbit a
giving
gun.
him one. I was planning on giving him one anyways, but
Fair enough.
would you like a game of poker?
I've heard about that. That was never really an elven style game, but I've heard of it from more human taverns, yes. Looking for the word for it.
Alright, and what card games did you play in the Elven realms?
Oh, we had one. I could show you. Should we go into deck where there's a table?
Sure.
Boom.
Whoa.
Oh, that one works too. I'll go there. Don't worry. I got this. I'm just going
I love the
downstairs.
idea that you guys go the separate directions. Yes, we'll do that. Meanwhile, no, we won't.
Cody, where is the compendium for weapons? Like, where can I find the flintlock to add it to my stat stuff?
Already gave it to you.
Oh.
No.
Well, damn, okay.
So for people who don't know, that was a really good roll, by the way, on that chest. It is a +1 flintlock. That's very fucking good.
And are we doing the same thing that we do with, like, our bows and stuff, that we don't have to worry about the ammo, or am I gonna have to buy ammo for it?
We'll say you can find ammunition around the boat. There's surely enough. Alright, but so you two get together at the table and you sit down. Maybe move some parts of the table around to make space for the game. And you pull. I assume, Pan, you have the deck of cards.
Yes, I have.
You pull them out and you begin to shuffle incredibly fast. It is as if you've played this 1,000 times, and you wait for whatever Albatross has in plan for you to.
Now, should I explain the game, or do you just want to have this off screen?
So you can, in character, describe the game, but I'll have you guys roll different things. But that's up to you. So I imagine you guys want to
So
roleplay
game-
this.
Alright, should we start? Or you just
Yeah.
gonna... Alright. Shuffle a deck, I'll explain the rules. So this, we called... it has several names, but in the Undercity, we called it Roundup. So, 3 places, and I tap the table in 3 different spots. 3 different places. You get a certain amount of cards. Usually, each person gets a deck, so we'll just split the deck in half. That'll be fine. It'll be a smaller game. But you want to put cards on each side. Every aces always count as 1, not 11. They always are 1, and all face cards are 10. You need, which I don't know how we'll do that in rules, but figured out. All right,
I
an all-face
imagine
card.
we just roll to see who wins. And
It'll be
Yeah,
contested.
probably. Either way, he'll have to figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay, so each in all-face cards are 10. Some do certain things, like queens specifically will take away another person's cards. Everything else is pretty much the same except for jacks or jokers. They're pretty much interchangeable. Jacks will stop all progress on somebody's turn. So, what you do is in these 3 places or bases or whatever you like to call them, you want to build up your numbers. You want to get at least 21, but you cannot go over 26. And you want as many as you can. You want to beat out the other person in number, and you need to win 2 of the 3 hands. If you win 2 of them, if you have more than I do, at any point, if you have above 21 and I do not, you would win. You only need 2 of them. You can win all 3, but that is extremely difficult.
so your goal is just basically to get as close to 21 as possible.
No, it's to get the closest as 26 as possible. You have to be above 21 and below 26.
And the person who's closest to 26 wins.
Yes. So let's say, for example, the left one, or my left, your right. That one, I have 22, and then you play a card and you get 25. You win that hand.
I know how.
But only on that one.
I know how we're gonna do it. If you guys are ready, I will tell you what we'll do. Very simple. So what you're going to do is you're going to roll me. Each of you separately will roll 3 d26s, and the one with the best set closest to 26 wins that game, or that set of games that you may wish to play. You can obviously do things roleplay wise as you so desire.
So how do we roll 20? Is it
So
slash R?
R
or slash
space 3d26.
And it's all. Oh, okay, got it.
Yep.
Oh, damn. Oh.
I did 2. Damn it.
Yep, you need to do one more. You can do it. Just do it 26.
So I just need...
Or 1d26. There you go.
There we go.
So it would be I win round 1, he wins round 2 and 3. Is that how
That'd just be one round because it's out of 26 for one
yes.
place.
Okay.
So yes, in this specific circumstance, Pan has very quickly managed to kind of figure out how this game works, and has seemingly actually beaten you in the first round.
Well, how?
He has a 26, so shouldn't he have one?
Oh,
My
sorry.
9
Whoops.
would have matched up
Sorry.
with
I
25,
thought.
Pan
I'm
wins.
gonna be
win
honest.
the 26, and then we have 14, 12, which you're not
never-
allowed to have.
Yeah, no, I got your characters' things mixed up. I thought Pan was the one with the 26.
Yeah. So actually, the far right one isn't over. Just the left and the middle one would be.
Okay, so just roll another d26.
They already did.
Sure.
It's the 14.
I'm saying but that's okay.
21.
That's perfect. Oh, perfect.
All right. Ooh.
50.
And feel free to roleplay this as you
No,
guys
you'd win.
understand the game now. Yes.
Oh,
All right. So because you hit 21 and I didn't, you hit it. Win that bit.
okay.
So you won.
Cool. This is quite.
And
a
because
fun
you get-
game.
Yeah, because you actually play all at the same time. So actually, all of these would be happening at the exact same time.
Yeah.
So essentially, you would hit 21. Let's say that ended the game as you hitting 21, and I only had 15.
Okay. Well,
Alright.
essentially, as we're playing, Pan's just gonna sort of look at Ultrastinker, and she wants to say to him, like, so you
Turn this down.
You
so
used to
don't
live
for some reason.
in your own little village, and all that.
It wasn't really a village. It was the capital city of the elves, actually.
My bad. But how did you deal with it? The whole sort of having to leave your home thing.
Well, there was no. As you probably know already, I'm sure I've mentioned it. I was brought before the council. Luckily, they did it somewhat privately because they didn't want to get out too fast. To control the narrative, you know. It's how politics works there. But essentially I was taken out the mud gate where no one would be and practically no one would see me. They threw me to the woods and said never come back. There wasn't really much pomp and circumstance to it, sadly. Well, there is for me, but for them, it's practically just a situation to deal with, really. As to how I personally dealt with it, I was lucky that someone like Gug found me before the else did.
Doug for you is kind of what Arthur was for me.
As it seems, someone of gentle, controlled nature too. We balance each other. We actually met the Omen hunters before, you know. Killed one. Barely.
Yes,
I was only out a month. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, you go. I'll let you go.
I'd only been out a month before we actually found it.
Yes, I believe even Arthur himself had mentioned something about Omen Hunters. I'm not 100% sure, as you know. My mind is a bit warped these days. Things are hard to remember. And it's weird for me. I almost didn't want to come on the ship with you guys. I felt as though I was leaving my home, the only place where I know what is, but then also I was excited because I don't know why, but the city of Radiance and the surrounding area, it brings back certain memories, and it's almost like I'm going to rediscover somewhere that once held great importance to me.
Albatross nods. I can understand that. As you heard, I was willing to go. And I'm sure our road leads there no matter what.
Either way,
But
I'm...
No, go on. You can go on.
Either way, I'm sure there'll be plenty of answers to questions that we have to be discovered down the line.
Do you know what they do to people like us? The hunters, I mean.
I imagine, in overly simplistic terms, they exterminate us.
Yeah, but the devil is in the detail. Me and Gug were traveling and we had found this girl. She was beaten to near death. She could barely speak. That's where we killed the hunter that had been sent to find her after she ran. She didn't make it. We followed the trail as best as we could and came across them. An encampment as large as a small village. And there in the middle, a pyre. Almost like worship. Seemingly dancing around the flames, though they didn't really move. Just celebratory of it. As they marched, a line of people like us into those flames and heard their screams and watched them burn and did so gladly.
Do you ever... Sorry, go on.
I almost didn't come back from that trip.
I see. Definitely not the best situation, but have you considered that maybe just maybe what we're experiencing isn't a curse. We oftentimes, our brain will connect all these bad circumstances to obviously what's happened to us, our inflictions, but perhaps there's some greater meaning to it. Maybe it's we're becoming superior beings, and that's what makes all the powerful people in the world currently fear us. Not the fact that we're cursed, but the fact we have been given the opportunity to overthrow their power.
Albatross looks up at her after, for most of the conversation, randomly look at his hands, the cards on the table. His eyes seem to glow a deeper red than normal. You could possibly think that this is a gift? I don't want the power. I didn't want to be anything higher than I was. I was fine right where I was. You see, I cannot believe that we are greater beings. Not me. Someone like them, someone who may no longer be physical, but has all the mental same issues as anybody else would have, right? Or Gug, who seems practically unfazed by it, although I doubt that's true. He's always been stronger than me. But it wasn't any of that. There are the weak amongst them, yes. Ones who fear us because we're different than they are. Never in my life, even after. The only time my life felt normal, even when I had this, was the first week of it. When the people I wanted to know knew. My mother knew. Giovanni knew. My friend, he knew. Vashai, someone like that should never have even looked at someone like me. Purebred. Upper class. The upper class. She didn't care what I was. She wouldn't care what you are now. I do. There aren't many like that. But they're better than us.
People, they fear what is unknown. They listen to the lies of those in power, and that's all they ever know. But if we can show them, like, look at our actions with the dwarves. We saved them. Sure, we made a little bit of a commotion in that icy place. Again, not very good, but yeah, that place. We made a bit of a commotion there, but doesn't it go to show you that if we use our powers for the right reason, that we can change people's opinions? In fact, I spent over 100 years with this curse, and not once did I feel like it benefited, but with just over a mere month of travel and fighting, mine, yours, Gug's, everyone's powers have seemed to have grown stronger. Don't you think if we can harness that power, we can change the world?
Do you not remember our first conversation at the fire? I'm sure you don't, but I still have full intentions of going back home to get whatever semblance of revenge I possibly was done to me, and more importantly, what they have likely done to her. I haven't changed from that.
And these powers can help with that revenge. Hell, none of us none of you guys, and obviously neither do I, seem to care about using these powers when it benefits us. So why do we keep treating it as though it's something to be feared when we've seen the advantages it gives us?
I can't answer for the others, but for me, let me answer your question with with a question of my own. Where do you think this road ends? What do you think happens when we get to the Golden City of Radiance? And if we get further than that, what do you think happens if you guys follow me back? There is no next. The reason I didn't plan for what happened after I got my revenge, or I didn't plan on even getting that revenge, going to the City of Radiant with Damien, is there's no way we survive it. This story, even if Arthur gets his way, does not end with us walking away happy.
We don't need a happy ending. We need an ending for a better future. We don't need everything to go our way. Like, we could unite all the cursed people to follow in the cause and to show them just what we can do if we set our minds to it.
Maybe. Maybe. And you might be able to convince someone angry like me, like Damien, but what about someone like Gug? What about someone like Burke? People who, at least in Burke's case, fit in with his society. Or in Gug seems to relish in not being a part of one.
Burke has control. Gug can learn to control as well. If he doesn't want to be a part of society, he doesn't have to. He can roam the lands for the rest of his life if he wants to, but the point is, we could change it. We could change the perception for everyone. What happens if in 10 years, more and more curse just start popping up and more just die and die and die until eventually we just kill each other to the point of no return? We should be learning the to control it, to use it for the intention that we want.
And what about someone like me, huh? You've seen parts, glances of what I could do. Even I don't know what I can fool. And it gets darker every single day. I'm not like the rest of you. Damien is a form after death. Gug is where humanity, or, well, in his case, life meets nature. You are what happened similar to Damien, when you repel death. Me, I'm the antithesis of death. I cannot die. Well, in theory, because he doesn't know that they don't exactly how it works in the same way of vampirism. In theory, I can live indefinitely, or at least for thousands of more years than I was supposed to.
So
I am a being of pure darkness and evil, and everything about it is vile. There is... What is there to be gained by harnessing this?
If you think vile and evil is what you are, then embrace it. If you want the power to destroy, you should be able to. I don't think anyone in this world should be limited from what they want. I do think, obviously, there are some routes better than others, and that there will definitely always be someone who will stand in your way, no matter what, cursed or not. There will always be people in this world who tell you you cannot do what you hope to achieve. But with these powers, we are far superior to those who are not cursed. I mean, Hell, I'm halfway to a goddamn lich at this point.
Fair point. You said from what they want. Obviously, I would like to make sure Shy is safe. And what had been done to her for being in association with me, done tenfold to her enemies. Damien would like to see Dom and Gug. I don't know what he wants. What do you want?
I want to feel whole again. I want my mind back. I want home. But I don't know what any of that means just yet. But I reckon with just a little more push, with these abilities, I can regain those things in some way. I don't think... I'm starting to think less of my situation as a curse and more of a blessing. A gift from the divines that has definitely gone awry in a little bit, but I believe I can somehow fix it.
That's the thing about engineers and doctors. You think you can fix everything. I don't think you can fix this.
With that, Pan's gonna get up and she's gonna start heading to the door, and she's just gonna look back to him and she's just gonna say, "You know, it's funny. You and me, despite our differences, well, not different, despite our bickering, I mean, I don't think we're that different." And then with that, she's just gonna head out and
about to leave the room. If you want to put yourself back to where you're at.
Yeah. Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah. As you're about to leave the room, you open the door, and suddenly you feel a weight force the door open as a small goblin crashes onto the floor and then quickly puts himself back up. He's like, I wasn't doing anything. Did you win the game?
He's stopping with me. Yes, it was quite fun.
I was, I just came to, excuse me. You see him look into a chest, look back at you all, look back into the chest, and then just, sorry, yep. Have a good one. I'll be in my room. If you need me. Did scare back into his room.
Pan's gonna just sort of nudge the marionette, and the marionette's just gonna follow him into his room.
You hear from across the ship, no! Shut that door! No! Damn it!
I want the marionette to try and wrestle whatever he took out of that chest.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I'll describe.
Unless you didn't have anything to add to that.
Well, I'll describe that scene later as you head off in your own direction. Albatross, you sit there alone at the table, recollecting your thoughts, and those words that she said before leaving kind of ring in your head a bit more. Maybe we're not so different. Maybe you're not. And maybe there is more to what you all are. But is that a good thing? And the thought racks in your brain. And while that is happening, unless you want to describe anything else.
I think I'll leave that for potential later.
Alright. I will actually go to, because I believe it would be Damien's turn in the turn order. Damien, you are in the kitchen. You have these herrings, 11 of them. They're not very big. They're about, like, if you held your palm, they would go from fingertip to the base of your palm, and they are about 2 fingers thick. These are not very big, but you got a lot of them. You are looking at this and you're like, maybe I could make some form of, like, skewered herring. Maybe. That might work. But Whatever you do with them is up to you. You have this time to kind of just do what you will.
At this point, I'm definitely looking around to see if there's any other ingredients I can use besides just the herrings.
Yeah.
Because all I really remember buying is seasonings.
There is seasonings, but you will note that there is some flour. There is just your normal, just average, like toast or bread, stuff like that. Some eggs and such. It's your general cooking ingredients, some of the basic stuff. Maybe
Is
even
there
some
any
fruits.
oil?
Yes, in two different regards. There is obviously, because you're in the lower deck where everything is stored, you see lamp oil. But you also note that there does seem to be some cooking oil off near the side of the stove, just kind of resting there in a little container.
So in my mind, Damien's probably thinking here, at this point, I can strip the skin off, get all the meat out, and then I can bread them.
Okay.
Literally just making herring fish sticks.
Yep. Let me look at your character sheet real fast. So I gotta check something. I have something written down for it. Okay. This works perfectly. You are just going to roll for your cooking utensils. And based on that roll, we'll see what happens. You've had an interesting day. You were fishing and only picked up what you can only literally call small fries when it comes to fish. And the fishing pole incident somehow wedges itself into your brain. But that's not the part that bothers you the most. It's what you had realized back at Gildenyost. The collection of thoughts you've kind of been sitting at in your brain. And then the connection of that to Dom. You think what he must have felt in the absence of yourself. You realize your situation is very similar to that of the child and the mother. Except, Damien, you know that Dom eventually found out. And as you're doing this, you suddenly begin to smell...
Woody, you literally ripped this from me. I was going to talk to somebody else about this if they asked about it. How fucking dare you?
I'm sorry, I'm just in your brain right now, man.
We're literally on the same train of thought.
Awesome. As you're thinking about this, you suddenly... What's that smell? Why is it... Something burning? Oh, wait, shit, I was cooking! And go on.
Oh shit, I put the heat on too high!
Unfortunately...
Can this day not go right?
You have burnt half of the herrings you had made. You are left with about 5 that are decently cooked, whereas the others are completely charred. Unfortunate!
I'm sure somebody here will still eat the charred ones.
Something smells.
Right on schedule!
Hey,
Oh my
God, how crunchy do you like your fish?
Oh, fish? I love fish. Meat. Anything meat, honestly.
Would you like a few extra crunchy ones?
I wouldn't mind it.
I burned some. I fucking burned some.
Damien, I swear to God, you better not burn down this ship.
I'm not that much of a dumbass.
As you all are gathering at the base of the staircase, you suddenly hear from atop the staircase, "Take this fucking thing and keep it away from me!" And you hear bunk, dunk, 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 boof. And at the bottom of the staircase lies a wrapped marionette in rope. As you hear this pitter patter walking away. I'll
Pan's
rotate
just
it.
gonna cut her free.
Did he just run away? Does he not want to eat?
I know. He's hiding something.
Oh, well, fucking course he is.
No, me and Damien were in the middle of the... Not Damien, me and Albatross were in the middle of quite the intense conversation, which he was eavesdropping on, and as I tried to leave, he rushed into the room, grabbed something from a chest, and ran away. I think he knows something.
About what
Maybe he's just
specifically?
curious.
What do you think he knows something about?
Something to do with these curses, perhaps?
I'm sure if he had information to share, he'd tell us.
At this point, I don't care to go into his room and look for it. I can get in there and find it. I don't sleep.
Fair enough.
That's only if you genuinely think he's hiding something. Albatross?
He
you
almost
see any
seemed
of that?
zoned out for a second. He blinks. What? What?
Pan suggesting that the captain here might be hiding something about our curses.
He's a pirate. He's curious by nature. I doubt it was anything.
I just found it odd that he, decided to rush in, quickly grab something from a chest, and run off with it.
I think.
I mean, he is a pirate, so he might just be making sure he doesn't steal your gold, or we don't steal his gold.
Could be.
As much
Then
as
again,
I may,
he so
may not-
willingly gave me 15 gold pieces. That's very unusual from a pirate.
Well, remember, Damien, whether I liked her or not, it was your mama led us to him.
And she's normally very careful about who she chooses.
I'm not saying he has bad intention, just that there might be something he doesn't want us finding out.
Hold on, I got a cat meowing at the door.
Yo, let me in, father.
So, Doug, how are you this day? He's just over there, like, handing, burnt
Yeah.
fish into his mouth.
You say this, and he turns around and looks at you, and he's just got 4 burnt fish sticking out of his mouth.
Oh,
What? Oh.
I'm doing good.
Can you even eat those?
I think he's also eating the bones.
You hear like snaps and breaks.
But, I'd also argue that the fact he's in deep with Mama Shine, I'd say that's even more evidence that, he probably has something he knows that he's trying to keep from us.
Possibly.
Then again, she was hiding shit from me, so how can I even trust people that she has selected at this point?
What other options do we have? We're already on the boat.
Well, goddammit. Damien could always, as he said earlier, sneak into the cabin while he's asleep.
Sneak. There's, well, technically 5 of us and 1 of him. You don't need to sneak anywhere.
True, but probably, threatening the guy who's driving the ship is probably not the best idea.
I agree. With your mentality, I'm surprised you even thought twice.
You know what?
It
Fair
shouldn't
point.
be
Let's do
hard
it.
for me to find out what he was hiding if I really look for it. I don't care to do that anyways. It's not like I wouldn't rob him blind.
Well, let's
I think
not
we should just
rob.
keep that on the back of our minds for the time being. Sorry, guys, I
I'm
didn't mean to
kidding, though.
interrupt
I'm
you.
not actually gonna rob him.
Yeah.
Just don't want to end up on a small ship in the middle of the sea.
Yeah.
All right. With
We're
that,
gonna get this fish served?
I will say you all begin to sit down at the table and eat some food. Those who are able to enjoy the meal. and bring up their food.
Albatross,
bars,
I
take
saved you their blood like I tried to do the last time.
I like to imagine he's made
I
like barbecue
appreciate
sauce or
that.
like dipping sauce.
I forget. Do I need to eat? I forget.
You don't, but you can. It just doesn't really do anything for you.
I
Like
just imagine, like, she
You still have
they're
taste
fucking-
buds.
they're there, but it's extremely faint. Yeah, everything to Pan is very bland with like a hint of flavor.
How do you whisper again? I forgot how you whisper.
So like seltzer water.
Is it like
Yeah.
/W?
I think it's /W.
/W.
How do you? But then you like put the person's name.
Yeah.
All right.
I just imagine Pan tries to eat something and it just falls out of her stomach.
Well, you do have your corset on.
True. So just sit in
Oh.
there and rot.
Yes, it worked.
Dang.
Are you leaving me out of your secret conversation?
I actually misspelled
Maybe.
Damien.
It's not gonna be Damien. It's gonna be Cub.
Yeah. Go test
So,
something
can
on my
everyone
other.
see the whisper?
Yeah.
Can you see
As
it?
long as you
Very
enter the
The names.
Roll20 name, not the character name.
Ah.
Y'all being secretive to your DM. How dare. But
Like everyone out whispering to each other.
yeah. Whisper.
Well, mine was just to potentially have a very short,
It's fine.
add on to the scene.
Uh,
It's very inconsequential.
Inconsequential.
That word.
Yeah.
All right. What I will say is, as you guys are enjoying your meal, you guys have gone through quite the day's worth of existing. This ride has been your first day out on the sea in a very long time. It has felt kind of like a very awkward roller coaster. It started peaceful and somewhat blissful, but then took a sour turn, whether it be through rage of an incident or sorrow for what you had discovered. But this colluding has kind of given you all a focus for the night, and you all can do what you will from this point on with whatever you decide to do. But what you will note is, as the sun is setting, you all will hear the sound of the bell ringing. As you hear off in the distance, I thought for a second that said he sets the floor on fire. I was like, what?
Nice.
You hear the dinging of the bell, and you hear, "Dropping the anchor!"
Oh god.
But
at
before
least he
he
said it this time.
Yeah. Before he does that, he says, "But this time I'll pull the sail up, you bunch of babies." And you hear the slow tug of rope as this is happening.
So are we advancing the scene a little bit, or do you want to still set the table?
I'm asking you all what you would like to do. If you would like to time skip ahead, basically what would happen.
I have a slight idea right as dinner ends. So if we have any ideas
Phil.
during food intake, I guess share ideas now.
Yep. All right.
I'll take that awkward silence.
So you all hear the ropes stop being pulled. The sails seem to stop moving. You feel the boat slow down gradually, and then you hear the sound of chain. And actually, you can see some of the chain because you guys are near where the chains would normally be stored, and you see them pulled up. And eventually, you feel the ship come to a complete stop. It's not jarring like the first one, but it does stop. And you hear from the top deck, "It's time for us to rest. Look out, you're on the top. Good luck." And you hear the slamming of a door, and the pitter-patter of footsteps, and the sounds of a bed being laid into. What do you all do?
So he's dropping the anchor so we can sleep.
Yes.
Did we do that last time too?
Not like out loud, but I guess in theory. It was never
Is there any
explicitly
reason-
said.
Is there any reason why we don't travel at night?
I honestly was thinking the same thing, like, why wouldn't? Especially when we have two people who don't need sleep, that seems pretty...
Yeah.
Is that you asking the DM?
I guess.
Well, it's probably
Yeah, so
best.
that's asking you. It's like, we have two people who don't need to keep traveling.
No, that's
because we
probably
are on
something
a
we're gonna have to talk to
timetable.
the captain about.
Yeah, what I will remind you is he has been single-handedly sailing this ship. So, there are things to remember that even he must sleep eventually.
Oh, I can drive the ship and start going to the end.
No, no.
God,
bed.
please don't make sure she never touches that wheel.
Cool.
Well, okay, so my idea was as everyone was finished eating, and assumedly because he's doing the cooking, Damien goes around to grab the plates or bowls or
Yeah, I'd be
various
starting
ones.
the process of cleaning everything up.
When he gets to Albatross's cup or whatever it was that was containing the blood, as he reaches up to it, Albatross grabs his wrist. You're good. You're a little bastard sometimes and a thief, but you're good. Don't be so quick to forget that. And with that, he lets him go.
Thanks. I like being friends with you too. It's good to have somebody reliable around. And he's gonna continue to start cleaning everything up.
I suppose, as far as company goes, you're all not the worst that I've probably had. He says bashfully.
Yes, everyone is pleasing here.
We're at
But
least
I
trying
like
our
that-
best.
What I like was that was not really the intent Albatross is going for,
Yeah.
but I guess it all works out.
You all hear from the clouds above. God, this shit is cringe.
Well,
Shut the fuck up, God!
I guess to tag in for the audience's sake, I guess.
No, it's fine, I'm
if
joking.
for some reason it didn't connect, it was he's making a reference to the previous conversation with the good old Pan over there. That was very
Oh, no, I got
dark
it.
and
Yeah, we
let's
got
do
it.
the
I'm,
evil.
I'm just
Okay.
jesting as a DM.
It's
You
just
know.
Damien never heard anything about that, so going off of
Yeah.
just the moment, it's like
I
thanks.
just know. I just yeah, but then like the whole like oh fuck you God kind of thing happened. I was like okay, I want to make sure everyone understood the complexities of what he was trying to say there.
Oh, you're good. You're good. We were just
You know.
joking.
Fuck you, God!
Yeah.
Stop breaking the fourth wall.
Sorry, sheesh, as he walks out the cloud door. Alright. But you do this, and Albatross, I assume you kind of just head your way up the stairs and continue. And Damien, you are cleaning the kitchen area, making sure to do your due diligence. Gug, you haven't had a whole lot of limelight in this recent situation, but I do want to know what has he been doing while everything has been happening, and what is he doing after this?
Yeah, like I don't know. I think kind of like what you said earlier. It's just nice to clean, you know.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any prime objective, nothing like he has to do right now.
He's
So
Uncle
he's just
Iroing
focused
his
on the
day,
job.
just kind of chilling, having fun, enjoying. The
Yeah, I'm
time.
around and there to help and stuff, but like
Yeah.
no one's injured, so I don't really need to do medic stuff. I'm just thought cleaning's the best route.
With that, then, what are you doing now that the food has been finished and you see Damien cleaning, Albatross walking up to do his job, and Pan doing whatever she's doing?
Just doing
I'm gonna walk up.
Yeah, Pan, thanks. You're gonna what?
I'm gonna walk up to Damien with like the last bit of like wares out and pick up some of the dirty dishes. Like,
I think part of this is my job anyhow. If you would let me hand.
Oh, I'm fine. Gives me something to do for now. What if you wanna? Did you eat the bones?
Yeah, I think you having a hand would make me feel better.
Fine by me.
Right. You guys clean the area together. You see Gug kind of cleaning some of the dishes while you bag and store the food supplies away again. Any form of
Every now
leftovers
and
you may
again, I pick out
have,
a
you
bone.
store wherever. And as this is happening, Pan, you and the marionette are sitting at the table. You've eaten some of your food. Depending upon how much you desire to eat, it's up to you. But I will ask, what are you two doing?
Well, we're gonna come over and we're also going to help.
Oh, a little bit of a conveyor belt happening here.
Yeah.
Well, this is gonna be quick work.
Oh, it's like a little family.
Yeah. And within what would have probably taken a good 10 minutes is done in 5. With 3 to 4 of you help, 3.5 of you helping. The dishes are cleaned.
3.5 curses?
No, 3.5. Well, I guess entities. There is a mannequin and 3 people. But you make quick work of the cooking cleanup. Dishes are neatly stacked. Surprisingly, the mannequin is actually really, really good at organizing. I would honestly say even Pan is surprised for a moment, but then Pan remembers exactly how organized she is with her own supplies and is somewhat proud. Pan, you are bagging some of the supplies that were left out, making sure things are stored. Gug, you are washing the dishes to the best of your ability and then handing them to Damien for him to dry and then hand down to the mannequin. And within moments, everything's spick and span. The table is pretty much spotless, almost as it have not even been eaten at. And with that, you all are free to do what you will.
I am curious now. Do you genuinely think the captain was hiding something?
I believe so, yes. Though
Because it's still easily possible that he's just a skittish little bitch.
And I suppose that it is possible that I am a bit of a paranoid person.
Tell you what, you got a coin?
Yeah, I got a coin.
Heads, I go explore his den area. Tails, I just do fuck all.
Hold on.
I don't feel like being here for this.
I am pulling out a D&D coin. Here we go. I'm pulling out my Zelda one. Alright. So Heads, if I recall, you said was going in his room. Tails was leaving him alone.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Here's the coin, everyone. I'm going to flip it. I will have the camera look at it afterwards. I'm going to hope I can do this in a decent manner. Ah! I dropped it. Hold on.
Go figure.
And slap onto the desk. Alright. For everyone looking, that there is a Tails. Alright.
I'm not doing shit.
Readjust my webcam. Alright, there we go. You all have witnessed the coin fly and then immediately be caught by Damien, and landing on Tails, you admit exactly as you had stated.
So, at this point, if you see anything else weird, I am still curious, though.
You mean weirder than he normally is?
Precisely.
I don't express things well, but just know we will find Dom. And with that, she's just gonna sort of awkwardly shuffle away.
Mm. I hope so.
With that, I think you guys are basically free to do what you will. If you wish to try and get the boat sailing again, you can. You could talk to whoever you wish. If not, what I will say is if you feel that you guys are just going to let the night go by and just kind of, sit on the boat, just say so. We'll do what you guys want to do.
I want to have Pan roll for her invention thingies.
Alright, let me pull up the good stuffs. Crafting for dummies. So I believe you're still crafting right now, right?
I mean...
Because I remember you finished your materials and your blueprint.
Yeah. But I think I might work on another blueprint instead.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going
that's
to
right.
work on that explosive arrows then.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah. As
Okay.
that would offer a quick advantage in like a immediate one. Yeah. I'm just calling them explosive arrows.
So, with that being said, this is honestly a super simple thing. So, what we will do is you're going to be rolling, because this is a much simpler design, I'm only going to have you roll once. Like, you only need one success on the blueprint design.
Alrighty.
So, roll me, is this just a roll? Hold on, let's see this. Okay. Roll me an Arcana check, sorry.
Oh, an Arcana. Oh yeah.
It's... Jeez. As you
Oh
had
my
explained to Albatross, this shit is easy. Not only do you already know how to design, no time is needed, you already know you probably have the resources to make something.
Okay.
If you wish, you can actually roll again for the next step and try and craft some.
Sure, I'll do that.
So, what you need to do, you will need to roll an investigation check. Oh, wait, no, that's for the supplies. No, yeah, we're just going straight to the crafting one. What you need to do, oh, my eye, ow. Sorry. You go into your little room, your little space to do your crafting. So, honestly, give me a second. My freaking eye just started burning. That was fun.
Would it be sleight of hand? Because I'm making stuff.
In order to craft, you must roll using whatever tool best suits the project. What tools do you have in your inventory currently?
I have thieves' tools and tinker's tools.
So this will just be a tinker's
And
check.
smith's tool. And
This one would
smith's
be. This one's easily just tinker's.
tool. Okay, cool. Well,
What is your int mod?
20. So plus 5.
Jeez.
crazy.
I'm gonna have to rework that.
Again,
so-
she's like, she's kind of smart.
Yeah. Okay. Understandably, I will rework the. Cause I think we talked about this, but the way I have this is a bit corny, and I've learned more. So, what I will say is, it's easy enough. You will, within the span of the rest of the night until you eventually rest, be able to craft a bundle of explosive arrows. The amount, I think, would be based on how many arrows he would have given you. If I may ask.
Well, so far, because so far this is. At least in theory, I haven't given. This was more just Albatross giving the idea. So far, he wouldn't have given any arrows outright.
Then...
But more importantly, while we haven't been keeping track of the actual physical arrows that he has,
yes.
I would expect that we do have a very strict count on these.
Yes, this one is going to be a bit more strategically counted. What I will say, just to kind of keep it simple, you will have made, with the amount of resources you have, probably about 5 of these. These will pack a punch, but can only be used so sparingly. You have designed these
sparingly. They can only be used once. Each of them can only be one.
You have designed these also to not be, because you are smarter than most people, to not be something you have to light. These are something that just, once they impact a target, immediately explode. Because you're smart like that. With that, I will deal with that later. We are going to do something, that being...
End the session.
Seeing what everyone else is doing right now. So Pan's crafting. Albatross, you're just being the lookout, right?
Yeah, I'm just going back to his job. He's in the lookout, kind of just around, thinking.
Oh, Damien's
doing the thunk.
Okay, and Damien has went to pee. Gug is, I assume, sleeping, because he instant transmission.
Yeah.
Gug transport.
I'm good.
And Pan's doing what Pan does. What I'm going to say is, seemingly enough, everyone effectively goes to sleep. There's nothing super special that happens in the night. It is a calm night. This is only the first day. However, I do need to check something real fast. So what I'm going to do is pull up everybody's ship rolls real fast. Yes, okay. Navigator. Alligator.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have you do something for me in a bit. Yes.
Yeah.
I want you to roll me a weather check. In that case, I need you to roll nature.
Okay, let's say I didn't even know that weather was an option.
It is now. But
unfortunately, +5.
Unfortunately, you are unable to observe. This is something you would be doing kind of throughout most of your observational shift, and it seems you can't really get a figure on what the weather looks like. You've scouted before. You've tried.
Yeah, I know the weather of the forest, but this is the weather of the ocean. That's completely different.
It is unfortunately a bit different. You see a group gathering of clouds, but you don't know if it's coming near you or not. You can't even tell if it's enough to actually cause rain. But from the most you can see, you'll probably be fine to sleep. With that being said, since Ethan has returned, Damien, are you doing anything before bed?
I think at this point Damien is just going up to the top of the ship deck area.
Yep.
Laying flat on his back, just staring straight up.
Alright.
Ever since he went to Gildan Yost, he's realized that the sky is something he likes to look at. Especially when there was Aurora Borealis up in the mountains.
This is, though...
Recently, in calmer moments, he's just liked to look up at the stars.
Sensible reaction. The sky above you is barren of clouds at the moment. Some up on the horizon that you yourself may not have noticed. But the stars are so obvious. The moon is beautiful. The celestial bodies above are very calming. And maybe because of this, you do feel at peace. The conversations that have racked your brain today have been somewhat calming, somewhat refreshing. Feels like everyone's kind of had nails on chalkboards, but this was a moment where it feels like everyone has kind of calmed down to an extent, and it is refreshing. You are free to go to bed or do whatever. But if you give me the go-ahead, we will move on to the next day.
Go ahead. Damien doesn't really sleep. He just meditates.
Yeah.
So he's very likely just going to be staring at the stars all night.
And that you do, as eventually, you all get a long rest if you haven't already. And the sun begins to rise over across the horizon, as I am going to do something real fast, because I need to make sure I do this. I actually need to, move the days forward a smidge. Actually, quite a bit. Boom. Alright, then I'll remove that. Awesome. Save changes. Just so everyone knows, earlier that was the day of Danon, which is if everyone remembers, this is a 8-day week thing. The world and celestial bodies of this world are very different from Earth. You guys are now on Denorn, which is the 6th day of the week.
Genuine question. Dude, does your calendar...
What?
You cut out.
Yeah.
You bitch. Okay, does your calendar have holidays built in?
Kind of. It's
Do we even have
more-
holidays?
Not particularly. It's more like every month is kind of just special in its own way. Because
What's
they
special about this one?
represent. So you guys are currently. Let's see. Okay, yeah. You guys are in what's called Argith. This is the month that represents the divine dragon that once was. A day...
Ah, yes, convenient.
Yes. A day of remorse, or a month of remorse, of moving on, basically. From there, however, I have to make a fun little roll. And this one, because I can, I will also be rolling in person. I'm going to choose the white dice this time. I need 2 of them.
Ethan, open his stream right now.
You're not going to be able to see it. I don't have that screen anymore.
You, how dare you?
Secret rolls, baby!
He rolls, we all die.
Everyone dies, you're all just dead.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You hit an iceberg.
Alright.
We didn't have
I
enough
saw
light
this-
bows.
I think I saw this in a movie once.
Jeez.
Hey, the main girl in that was a whore.
Good lord.
Rose was a slut, man. Like, she got a...
Oh, wait. Did I roll the right... Okay, I did. Okay, good. Whew. Alright. You all awaken to a lightly cloudy day. The weather is calm once again. The days are probably somewhat slow going. But things are nice. The weather, as stated, is very calm. There's nothing happening really. On the lookout side of things, it's pretty much been clear the whole way through the night. The waves have been rocking the boat as you would expect. It's a little, very minimally rougher than yesterday, but it is not enough for worry. From that, what will happen is simply this. Damien, though you do not need sleep, and you do meditate more than anything, you will wake up with something next to you. You will see that there is a fishing pole resting next to your side, and a crudely written hand note that says, "Sorry you lost your own. As I promised, here's mine. Don't lose this one too."
And here's my favorite part about that. Damien doesn't sleep, so he had to walk up right next to him as he's looking at the sky, put this down, and just awkwardly walk away.
It is more
I'm
of a
more
situation.
surprised on the fact that I didn't notice.
It's more of a situation where Damien kind of like meditates, closing his eyes type of thing. Where it's like he just kind of drifts into his own thoughts. Because though he does not need sleep, he still needs a form of rest. A form of shut down personal time. And in that slim moment, that is when this was dropped off. And with that, I guess I'll ask the players a interesting question. Do you all want to continue into this next day, or do you want to stop?
The only asterisk I would say is that we're reaching.
We are.
Feckin' microphone. We're 3 hours, so I guess take that into consideration.
Yep.
Yeah, it would just suck to get into combat and then like either finish out combat for like the next hour.
What I will
afterwards.
say is there is no combat ahead, not yet. But most likely not for this episode. This is, again, these coming episodes are going to be a lot more roleplay, a lot more chill, because you guys are going through the ways of traveling. I do plan to hone in a bit for this, to kind of prepare for what is to come. I already have things planned throughout the day, or throughout the weeks you guys will be abroad. But it's not going to be like every episode's a day, out in the ocean. We will eventually start skipping ahead a bit.
I haven't slept yet, so I'm happy to end if you guys want to, but if we want to keep going, I'm also okay with that.
I can see a few more conversations I'd like to see, but for the most part, they can either wait, or I guess it depends on if those people would want to do it.
I don't have anything huge right now.
I'm fine.
Yeah, I don't have anything huge going on unless there's like some story plot going on right now.
I would say the only two things I can think of is doing plot with the captain, which Damien already said he would drop it, so it had to get reintroduced, or basically part 2 of the conversation that Albatross had with Pan, but this time he'd probably go to Gug and be like, "Hey, you're basically my mentor. How do you think about this?"
And you could do stuff like
and that conversation is going to happen. But
There's
basically,
also
do
the
you want to
chance
sit
that
through another
Damien just
conversation?
becomes curious anyways and does it anyways.
And that's
That is
what I
very
mean.
true.
We're going to do this like bit by bit. We'll explore things as we go. So what I will do is,
I'm actually really curious to see how that conversation would go, so I'm down to just literally.
You want to sit through another 20 minutes of conversation with Albatross? All right.
Well, you'd be doing it with Gugvote, you said.
Yeah.
No, that's that's true.
So here's what we will do, just to make everything right. We're going to do a vote on play or no play. 1 is play, 0 is no play. In the chat right now, type that and then press enter.
Wait, 1 is play and 0 is no play?
Yes.
Yeah. Do we get a 3, 2, 1, or do we just kind of extend it?
Tell me when everyone's ready to press enter.
Okay.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
All
Ready.
right. 3, 2, 1, enter.
Oh,
Oh.
Wow.
I can't believe I was up. I'm still good to play.
Okay, I was going to say, the big aspect I would have there is that Gug is like the next minute, or not 20, however much time it takes to have this conversation. So if you don't want to keep going, there's not really much of a point in doing so.
Well, there's other things that are going to happen. It's not just you guys having your own
Oh,
conversation.
yeah,
I do have
sure.
things planned for our little tiny captain man.
Oh, I hope so. I'm saying that'll be like the bulk of it, probably.
Yeah.
I'm just really curious to see how that conversation goes between Bug and Albatross, to be honest.
Then, with us having a bit of an overall vote, we'll go for a little longer until people are like, all right, we're tapping out. But what I will say is the morning starts. You all kind of wake up, or at least open your eyes from your forms of meditation or self-rest, and go throughout your day. Damon, you've already witnessed the little awkward bits of kindness, quote unquote, and have experienced that. Pan, where did you sleep?
In the crow's nest.
Okay. Wait. Isn't that where...
So,
No, I was there. I was there.
Okay.
Oh.
So I like to imagine Pan is just shut down, sitting like down onto the crow's nest, and you're just kind of like awkwardly spaced away from her.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you know, but you are abruptly awoken by the sudden sensation touching some of your the parts of your skull. Even though you can't really feel anything, you feel the sudden shake of your head as you reach up and wipe your face to find a white substance that you recognize as you look up and see a group of seagulls flying over, and you hear a sudden, almost minor rain of as the deck of the ship gets shit on by birds that are passing by.
Well, you know what my response to that is?
Yes.
Oh my god!
who's this?
Yes.
Please describe this scene as you're abruptly awoken by this shitstorm.
Pan's just looking up at these seagulls and is like, "You motherfucking seagulls!" and then just starts unloading her entire.
Then I started blasting. And by the way, those fucking shots. Yeah. One of them misses, but barely. Every other, there's a single bird that's flapping away with his tail feathers singed, and he's just trying his best to get away, but a lot of dead, burnt birds start plapping onto the freaking deck of the ship. You don't have to roll damage, they're just little fucking animals. Damien, you were laying on the deck when this happened. You were staring up. Roll me a dex save. Easily enough. You see what's about to happen, and you start moving around. The shitstorm nearly hits you, but you were able to move, and then you just start looking and seeing birds fall from the sky and land in the water, and then some hitting the deck next to you. And while that's happening, what's your reaction to everything, Damien?
Holy shit! What the fuck? Either they're shooting stars out tonight, or Pan's doing some. Wait a second, I could cook these.
You hear from the captain's quarters that the door fling open. He says, "What's all that racket? I was trying to sound the fucking birds! Oh, it's everywhere! Oh, well, that works too, actually. How did you just shoot down?"
I didn't shoot down.
would be able to.
I think it was that one up there.
Looking at Damon, he then looks up and sees Pan with her flintlock smoking. He's like, "Oh, great aim! Next time, shoot them before they shit on my dick."
You're not the one that has to clean it.
Oh, speaking of, stomp, 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 stomp. He pokes his head in, and Gug, you are probably just awaking due to the sound that are echoing throughout the air. And he pokes his head and he says, "Hey, Gug, was it? You got your job set for you today. I recommend bringing a mop and a bucket and a lot of water. Mind your step." And he walks back out, and he seemingly just goes downstairs again.
Good morning, Albatross.
Well, it doesn't really sound like it is for everyone else.
Yes, it sounds like it's unpleasant for me here.
You need any help with that?
Oh, we'll see.
And then I'll step outside. Oh God!
You see, Gug, the cannons you spent so much time yesterday cleaning, caked. The floor covered. And then you see a bunch of dead birds with their blood splattered on it and charred feathers everywhere. This is a nightmare.
No! Oh. Blood. Oh. Poop. Oh. God.
Doug, I know this sounds crazy, but if you can handle the mess, I can handle the birds. I want to try to cook them.
Yes.
Pan's gonna climb down.
Like, Damien's getting unreasonably excited about cooking because he's so bored out of his mind.
Yeah.
Hey, Pan, as he climbs down the ladder, you got something on your head.
Yeah. Doug, come over here and help me.
It's like there's just a small portion of fire on your head, and you just think it's the shit.
Pan's gonna wrap the rope around her waist and give it to Gug in the marionette. And she's gonna... I'm gonna jump in so I can, like, get all this shit literally off of me.
Yes.
I need you and my marionette to, like, pull me back up after.
I don't think this is very wise.
Oh, don't worry, we got this. What's the worst that could happen?
I'm just gonna conveniently be right here.
Yeah. All right. You jump in.
Whee!
Marionette and Gug, similar to before, the ones with the best strength gets the thing. So
Advantage. Right.
it's advantage though, so we're good. You easily enough, just like before, though this one's much lighter, you were able to reel up Pan after she has dunked herself into the water.
Ah, refreshing. You want to turn Gug? I promise I'll pull you up.
I'll be fine. I'll find a rag or something.
Alrighty.
Is salt water good for your entrails?
Yeah.
If I'll be honest, I think that's not something that Pan has to worry about.
Well, she will eventually degrade.
Yes, eventually, but not right now. Screw you, Death.
Okay, does anyone else imagine, like, if she had human eyes, like Papyrus style big eyes, and she said laughs like that?
Exactly that. Like somewhere between Papyrus and Skeletor.
Yeah, exactly that. Big eyeballs. It's so visible in my brain. Alright, you go to clean yourself off. Gug, you spectate the area, and you now realize the depth of your specific job.
I better get to work before I run out of day.
I'll like start looking around for like a mop and a bucket.
Yep.
Just out of curiosity, guys, how, like, good condition is the ship in? Because, like, Pan did spend a good, like, couple of days doing a lot of repairing before we even set sail.
What I will say is, especially with your handiwork, it has managed well. There does not seem to be really any damage. It creaks as you would expect, maybe a little more than you would like, but everything seems fine. The only thing noticeable to you is the claw marks you dug into it when the boat came to a sudden stop. But you know you could easily fix that. Nothing to worry about there.
I just imagine the other four, just at random points in the day, will just see Pan just, like, get down on the floor and just smash her hammer into a nail. Like, that's just gone loose. Just randomly throughout the day.
Doing your thing. Actually, if you're gonna do that, let me...
Has anybody else noticed that his Jolly Roger's upside down?
What? Oh, I should probably describe that, shouldn't I? Actually, so here's what we're going to have you do, Pan. I want you to do me two things. I want you to roll me an investigation check. Oh, my brain stopped.
Oh god, okay.
Easily
20.
enough.
Oh, yeah.
You exactly as you started doing. You look around. You notice the holes that you yourself have made. Know that to be easy. You do notice some nails that are awkwardly sticking out of the boards. A horrendous trip hazard for those who still have toes. And you notice that there is just some of the railing that looks and feels a little looser than it should be. And with that, I will have you roll a survival check.
Why would you do this to me? 21.
Because I knew you'd be fine.
Nice.
All of these problems are nothing. You are more than capable of doing this. You go through and meticulously repair the rails that are wiggly. You even kind of chisel some just with your metal hands to kind of make them look a little better in shape. The nails you easily just grab with your fingers and pull them out. No hammer needed for that case. And you start replacing them with better, much better hammered in flathead nails that you have been storing and keeping with you. You even
imagine.
Yes.
I just imagine if she's like throwing the nails away, the other three just start getting pelted by him.
Oh, jeez. But needless to say, you go through and you are very meticulous with your work, and for a while, this is what you'll be doing throughout the day.
Yeah.
It is your job, after all.
Yeah.
Gug, you said you were basically spending the time cleaning, if I recall. Albatross, what are you doing?
I actually want to.
You cut out. You stopped at I want
You
to.
fecker. Aim at me. There we go. I wanted to potentially perception check to see if there was, much to his chagrin, a second mob.
It's easy enough. Though not up on the top deck, down below, you will travel and look around, and you'll see leaning up to one of the shelves another mop and another bucket easily. And you see when you go down there, actually, if you can, I want you to roll me a perception check while you're down in the lower parts of the boat. All right. You walk down and you see I have to keep remembering his name for some reason. Crag. You see Crag sitting at the table, and you at first assume he's probably just eating his breakfast or maybe downing some other bottle of alcohol.
He's like doing a 5-finger fillet.
But when you go down, you actually spot a book he is writing in. And he doesn't notice you at first, but when you come in from behind him, you see his goblinoid ears perk, and he immediately, not very fast, but very nonchalantly closes the book and puts his writing utensil inside, and then just deeply sighs while he's sitting at the table. And then you hear him and see him kind of turn up to you, and he says, "It's a little... I'm still not used to having a lot of you all on my ship, not gonna lie. It's a different environment when there's more than just yourself."
What's the ship's name?
Krusty Bucket.
Who would have suspected that the great captain of the Krusty Bucket would have a diary?
Is there like a roll for emotional damage?
Yeah, that's D100.
Yeah.
Yes, actually, hold on. Here, I'll roll it for him.
No, I'm joking.
Wisdom
That is
save.
funny though. You do see him like he kind of gets a little flustered and he kind of like. It's not a diary, it's a log. Captain's log. I write them every morning.
Sure. I'm not
as he like walks over to grab the bucket and then like, sure, whatever you say. There's something wrong.
Aye. A man writes in a book once, and he's writing a diary like a lass. Can't have anything nice in this damn boot. Either way, what I was getting at is, you're doing fine. Yeah, I'm not much of a sap. I'm just gonna grab some food, some bread for the go, and I'm gonna head back up to the helm. If you need me, I'll be up there. Spot anything, and we'll gently stop this time, eh?
I wasn't the one you need to worry about.
True. Anyways, I'll be gone. See you when you get over. And he...
Oh, and
makes
as he
his
starts
way.
walking, oh, and Captain, you're going to want to take better care of hiding that. If Damien sees it, he will take that diary from you.
Well, it's not a diary, it's a captain's log for... Never mind. And he
What can I
walks
say?
out.
He's a curious boy.
Damien, perception check now.
Oh no.
As he walks up and you are standing right next to the thing, and the moment he says that you hear this, luckily for him, he sees you
I'm
and he
way too
immediately
invested into the birds.
he immediately turns, puts it in his coat, and just walks over and just does what he normally does for the time. And while that happens, Damien, you are picking up the birds off the ground. There is about maybe 4 of these things that have clattered onto the deck of the ship. Some of them very clearly charred, but you feel that you could still cook them in some form or fashion, and a few of them are completely fine. They are hurt, but enough to be cooked. With that, I would like to ask, what exactly do you do?
I'm taking these all down immediately. Not too far.
Oh, jeez. Splash. You phase through the boat and then immediately fall down.
All the tidying that was done last night, it's gone. I'm going through all these pans trying to find what I need immediately.
Yeah. No tidiness when the cook starts going. And
It's
you
almost
do
as if
that.
I'm already going insane just from one day on this boat.
Alright. What we will do then is, similar to before, I want you to roll me a utensils check.
Come on,
And
if
we'll see
anyone
how well
is
you
gonna be good,
prepare.
Please let it be this. Please.
Easily enough.
Hey.
Describe to me
Yes.
what you're doing and how well you're doing it.
So out of the birds, you said a few of them were just fine. Maybe 1.5 of them was charred. So I'm
Yes.
looking at those being like, the outside's charred. Maybe there's still good meat on the inside. So easily enough, I'm cutting it up, getting the feathers out. Good enough. Only the outside was charred. So I'm able to get these in, cut up into really nice pieces, getting them straight into the oil, starting them cooking, seasoning them up, all the good shit.
Yep.
What the fuck is going on with the music? That was weird. Did anybody else hear that? That was
I did.
that derailed me completely. Damn.
Music hasn't been on for a while.
What?
I had to reload my page earlier, so I haven't had music for a long time.
But this is going on the entire time they're cleaning. I'm taking my time, making sure I get this right, so that way when they get done with that mess, they actually have something good, other than fish, for what might be the only time during this trip.
There you go, buddy.
Unless he keeps
Well,
rolling seagull.
We might just get some octopi, or what is it?
Calamari.
Sorry.
That one. I was saying the My
That
Hero
one.
character.
Where did my character go? My character
I don't
like
know.
disappeared.
You deleted
Well,
them
I'm not
because-
counting on it. The moment I see a creature that I think can be cooked, I'm straight down here at this point.
Yep.
Mannequin too.
And easily enough. Oh yeah, that's weird. I didn't do that.
Neither did I.
And while that's happening, Pan's doing that. Okay, yeah. Albatross and Gug, you guys are both cleaning the deck.
Well, I guess to start,
Yes.
And shuffles. The clashing of pots and pans everywhere. He sets the bucket down.
There might be one other thing that happens during this section.
Yep.
Since I know it's fresh, I'm immediately running upstairs. Albatross, they're bleeding. You want this fresh?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay.
I'm gonna go and make sure he doesn't do something crazy.
Alright. And while you are cooking with someone walking over your shoulder, continue.
Well, Albatross, fills up the bucket, gets, started, but he I guess his mood continues or carries. You're getting a little too old for this, old man. What the fuck? That's not right. That's like how people actually talk. That's not good writing, but it's how people actually would speak, because they would say old twice, even though you're not supposed to say that.
You old bastard.
Yeah. Too weary for the sea, you old bat.
Very plenty fine. We had to do a boat ride before. I think that's helped me through.
With that, he helps clean the deck with good pal over here, Guggers.
I appreciate your help, but you don't have to feel forced to help.
After 3 months together, you haven't realized this is what we do.
Just always nice to offer an out. It's a lot of work.
I know you're waiting for the scene where they talk, but
No, I was waiting to see if you guys were gonna do anything after that.
No, he just helps him clean. He just helps him clean.
All right. As you all are cleaning, Damien is cooking. Pan is observing. Crag.
Well, I imagine she'd still be doing.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean,
her
you have
stuff
to
down
do
there.
maintenance under as well as above. Maintenance is
Yeah.
required. But as this is happening, Crag will kind of hold the wheel steady, realizing that it's a pretty calm seas right now, and he's got this little contraption where he can lock the wheel in place for the time, and he'll do that, and he will hop off his little stand. Damien accidentally hits Marionette with a spatula. Bink. But he will hop off his little stand box, and he will walk down the stairs, and he will actually walk up to Gug, and he'll see that he is... Jeez. he will walk up to Gug, and he will kind of eye him for a bit from a distance, but then he'll actually go up next to him. He's like, sorry for pausing the moment from your work. But I've been meaning to ask you a few things, if you wouldn't mind following me to the cabin.
Yeah.
Just rest him up against the rail here, and we'll be quick.
Will you be fine on your own, Albatross?
Damn it, my mic was muted. Yeah, you'll be... You go ahead.
I'll set my stuff off and I'll start heading.
Yeah. He'll look back at Albert and say, I'm sorry for taking him away from you. That'll be quick. And he goes into the cabin, and he stands in front of his desk, kind of grabbing some things. And once he notices you walk in, he says, make sure to shut the door behind you. I do want to ask a bit of something different than the norm that we've all jollishly had. He will kind of walk behind his desk, and he will pull out 2 pictures. And then he will look up at you and he says, if you could answer me a question. I noticed you are an orc, right? You're not just some jolly green giant. Then, if I may ask, are you from the village of Oak Drizar on Aranon?
I am, right?
Yes, you are.
I am, right?
I can't remember my backstory. It's been a while.
Is that me?
Yeah.
Just have to
has
confirm
no-
God real quick.
Yeah.
As good as Guggers. If I may ask, how long have you been away from that place?
Now. Feels like a lifetime, but probably like a year or so.
Also, can I ask that Gug speaks up a little louder? You are very quiet.
Yeah, you've been quiet the whole time a little bit. I have you turn up to 22% on Discord, and it's still like.
Sorry.
I suppose about a year or so, maybe more.
Year or so? No, pretty sure we talked about that being way more than that.
Like 4, something like that.
Well, so you gotta think. Albatross has only been away this
Yeah, about like 3 months, wasn't it?
about 3 to 4 months.
I've been like
so,
off the island
I
for like about that, right?
let me double check something because I might be able to help in this situation with this specific memory. Because there is a reason I wanted to bring this up, and it feels like it's not going to get through if your character doesn't remember correctly.
Remember?
Well, I'm trying to be kind of vague in my number. I'm not trying to give him like exact details here.
Oh, okay, never mind then. I'm just.
Because I'm the one that like stood up and was like, "Hey, Pan, don't tell him anything because he might get in trouble."
That's true. He will then kind of look. Actually, no, wait. What am I doing? Never mind. Okay. He will look down at the pieces of paper. He says, "Okay, then. That means you were probably around when this happened." He will hold up 2 pictures of a female goblin and a male goblin. They look that they might be in their late 40s, early 50s maybe. And he walks up to you and he says, or actually he gestures for you to come closer to look at the pictures. If you would be kind enough to take a gander.
Sure.
These here be me mom and pa. I know this feels like dropping just some random garbage on your lap, but I recognized you kind a bit more specifically because I've run into them when I was much younger. Your people, no offense, but your people took me paw from me when I was but a wee lad, and I was wondering if maybe you were one who might recognize them when they were taken.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Do you want me to roll history, or do I
Yes.
recognize him?
I will base this on your history. You know that a lot of people from raids that your tribe and your village has done tend to be stored and caged. They are kept either maybe to be sold, maybe to be food even, but mostly to be turned into workers, slaves even. And you look at these and you don't exactly recognize the face of these 2 people, but you know that there were goblins taken a couple times in the time that you were around the village. You don't know how old he was when he might have been talking, or the people he is talking about were in comparison to yourself. But you can wager a guess that they were probably around the time you were there.
I'm sorry to say, but my village is, well, it was my village. It was ravenous and quite, well, vile people. I can't put a face to any of the goblins I've seen there.
You see him lower his face a bit. He kind of nods. He says, I expected that answer, unfortunately. I have had I've run-ins with a few other orcs from that village, and not a lot of them are as, but we'll say, smart and, well, mannered as you seem to be. I was hoping that maybe you would hold some more information, but it would appear that most roads seem to lead to the same spot. If you don't mind me spilling the beans a bit, I am aware of what your people did that day. I know what they tend to do to people like my ma and my pa. If I may ask, do you know the likelihood of the outcome of their possibilities? Keep in mind, this was done, actually I gotta look at his age for a bit. This was probably something that happened about 20 or so years ago. So they were in their late 40s or so at the time. I honestly don't quite remember, but you being more able to talk and probably recollect on that, do you think they're still alive? Is what I'm getting at.
I suppose this might sound a little brutal, but if the slaves or the people that are captured work well, their life is prolonged longer than others, but there's only so long they ever live.
I think I get your meaning. Yeah, I'm sorry for the sappiness. I was just curious, is all. Would you care for a bottle on your way out for helping me with a quandary?
Yeah, sure. Drink would be nice.
Here you go, and he hands you one of the bottles that surprisingly is unopened. When he does, you do feel there is actually, roll me an insight as you're passing this over. It's hard for you to tell where his emotions are at currently. You get hints of possible disdain, of maybe just remorse, but there is reluctance with his tone, as if he has heard it before. Maybe just hoping for a different answer this time. But he hands you the alcohol regardless, and nods at you and says, good luck with the floor. If you need an extra pair of hands, you can always come ask me. I'll just be in here with me best lad. And he holds up another much bigger bottle of alcohol, and he kind of chuckles and laughs to
Did Cody
himself.
just become one with the router, or is it just me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I heard that too. I was.
Oh no, is my internet dying again? Is Spectrum doing its thing?
Yeah, you're turning into a robot.
It sounds like it's a Discord thing, because Kelly's doing it too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
actually,
am
I just
I?
noticed it too.
Spreading.
Might be a Spectrum thing, maybe.
Maybe, I don't know. Spectrum! Are we good? We back?
Well, you sound good now.
Yeah,
Do you
he's
sound
not-
good now?
That's fine now.
Don't try and
good.
blame your
Okay.
poor internet on your autism.
Yeah.
I know,
That's
right?
But if you didn't catch what he said, he basically, he said, I'll just stay here with me lad, and he holds up or me best lad, and he holds up a much bigger bottle of alcohol, and he kind of laughs, and then starts to drink out of it as you manage your way out of the room.
Before I leave, I actually will turn to him and be like,
You know, it's maybe it's not my place to say, but I think the crew has become to grow a little concerned for you. It just seemed like you were keeping your distance.
He
Everything all right?
stops. He was like about to take a drink, getting the cork off the top, and he stops. And then he kind of like looks down at his desk a bit. And he waves his hand in the air. He says, "Hey, it's a story for another time. I'll tell you all that one later. It's just, I need me time with me alcohol. You just go and be by yourself. I'll sprawl you all with a much more interesting story later. Forgive me if I am separated from the bunch. I've sailed these seas for over 20 or so years on my own. Well, actually, probably not 20, more around like maybe 15. Either way. It's hard to get used to having a crew again when..." And he kind of stops and then thinks on his next words, and he says, "Have a good one, Mr. Gug, was it?"
Yes. You too.
And he downs the bottle again.
As Doug walks out, Pan falls.
Oh, who's the peeping Tom now?
I'm kidding, Pan doesn't do that.
Yeah. I don't think Pan would need to. She'd have some fucking like prop ear she'd just place on a door or some shit.
That is true.
But
I'm actually proud I haven't thought about Pan, the idea of Pan bugging the entire ship.
Jeez. Privacy, never heard of it. With that, you leave the room and you shut the door behind you. And I would like to ask, what is it that's going through Gug's mind in this moment? As this conversation has landed?
He's definitely a little shaken to know that anyone else knows like where he's from in any sort of sense. It's definitely something he watches out for. Though I think he's also has like a growing concern for the captain.
Yeah.
You know, it's his kind-hearted ways.
Could I roll perception on if Albatross notices that he seemed off?
I would say roll insight.
You bastard. I'm not.
Not bad though.
Ooh.
I would say
He's been around
yeah.
enough. He's been around for a while, longer than anybody else. He knows when
Yeah.
things are wrong with good old Guggers.
God.
So, as you walk out and once again towards him, what's wrong?
The captain, he had some things to say. Well, questions to ask.
I'm
like-
getting thrown off the ship.
It's nothing of concern. I think it's just a wandering mind at sea.
He knows where you're from, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, that's where
Albatross
he has
nods
any
knowing.
malicious. I don't know if he has any malicious intent behind it at all. It didn't seem like it, but it seems like knowing's enough, you know.
As always, if it becomes necessary, we'll deal with it. But for now, let it be hopefully nothing.
Yeah, of course. Hopefully.
All right. While that's happening, Pan, what you been up to, baby?
She's just been doing her thing.
All right, just working around the deck. I imagine you have been running back and forth from piles of planks to some other storage bins, maybe even reorganizing, making sure inventory is as it should be, and You even sometimes see that some of the food barrels are a little worse for wears, and even patch those up as you're managing. And while you're doing this, Damien, you have thoroughly and perfectly managed to cook these birds. A well-managed meal is straight ahead. What do you do?
Time to start plating.
Time to what?
Start plating.
Oh, okay. I heard start blading, and I was like, he's gonna Beyblade?
I can only hope.
You start spinning!
No, it's like that one Lethal Company emo where he just spins in a circle.
Yeah, copter. My rifle copter goes swah.
Everybody watches as Damien just starts floating into the air, breaking through the boat. He's flying straight up.
It's like a fucking
Breaking the
cartoon.
damn ship.
No, I just fixed that. Alright. So you start plating, and you start setting the plates with the birds, some sides that you have prepared. Seasoning and sauces are all set to the sides of the dishes where people may need them. What do you do?
I wonder how long it would take for Gug to smell the food.
Gug, perception check with advantage.
Ooh. Thank
He
you,
just
sir.
breaks
for
the
advantage.
floor.
Oh
yeah.
yeah! Gug, you are on the top of the deck. Yeah.
Yep, there he is. Right on schedule.
What was it? Bird? Smells good. Season
Pre-roasted.
two?
This is the... You get to eat the bird that you just had to clean their shit.
Justice.
Justice. I love Gug. God.
Did you get Albatross to follow you, or did you just run straight here?
No, notably,
Albatross.
Albatross does
Oh, yeah.
not come to the table.
I'm gonna go get Albatross.
Interesting. You step out, and you notice that he's not out on the deck.
Oh. Isn't he lookout during the day? Is he back in the quarters? Damien's going to knock on the door before entering.
Yeah.
Hello?
You know you don't need to knock in a public quarters.
I don't know. I assumed something might have been going on. But the food's ready.
I think I'm fine for the day. Thank you.
Did something happen?
Do you... No, nothing too important. Did you know that our esteemed captain has a diary?
Oh, son of a bitch.
His diary?
I found him writing in it when I went down earlier. Didn't seem too quick to hide it, but he's smart, so he'd likely know that doing that would set me off too much.
I mean, from what I know, pirates do have diaries. They like to write down their days in case they ever end up perishing. They want their story to be known in case that happens.
Out of his breast pocket, he pulls out the letter from the dead previous captain of the ship they had already seen sunk. I guess I can understand that.
It's exactly situations like that that cause that to happen. That does make me curious what he's writing about us, though.
Well, I propose there's only one of us that could find out.
Are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting?
Not openly, but
I'm
you've always
on
been
it.
good at reading between
just,
the lines.
just run out.
What's happening, but... Oh, jeez.
You've always been good at reading between the lines.
This is some fucking, like, mental manipulation shit on another level. Yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I like that. Alright. While that's happening, Pan and Gug, you all have currently been the only ones at the table, and Gug, you wait after eating a plate full, and you're like, oh, no one's coming down. Maybe I'll get... Oh.
Oh, I swear it was only my first plate.
Actually, that's like his third plate.
Just let me have this.
Just make sure you save a plate for the captain. I need to bring one there. I'm taking this plate. Bye.
To be fair, 2 of your members don't need to eat.
That's
True.
Oh, more for me. Alright. You head back out on the deck. Apparently the marionette follows.
No, stop. I can't be creeping him out right now. Go, get, shoot. You're making this harder for actually. Distract him. I knock on the door.
Before you do that, the marionette's gonna lean over and just gonna whisper, "No one will believe you."
What the fuck?
You hear,
I think people will plenty
Why would you
believe
give me nightmares?
you hear
I'm
behind
glad
the
I don't
door.
sleep anymore. You give me nightmares.
Suddenly the door behind you opens and you see Craig standing at the door, and he looks at you, looks at the food, looks at the marionette. His eyebrows furl, and then he looks back at you, and his eyebrows go back up, and he looks back at the marionette, they furl, and then he looks back at the food, and they go up. He's like, is this for
I don't know
me?
why the marionette's following me. Yes.
I also would not like for that thing to not follow you.
He would
So
not
what you doing?
like her to not follow.
Sorry, well, staring at your food. Haven't eaten since yesterday.
You should probably do that. But what you doing?
Oh, he looks at the bottle in his hand that's now nearly like halfway down. Nothing.
Okay.
He kind of just like puts that down next to him, but like, next to the door, and he says, "What can I do you for?"
No, just bringing you food.
Wonderful. Hold on. He walks over to the side. No. You go back over there. I'm doing a bit. He walks back over. He has this long cane, and he pokes the marionette and pushes it out and away from the door. He reaches out, grabs Damien, and pulls him in, and then pulls the door and the cane back and shuts the door. And then he locks it for like a moment.
You just hear light scratching.
Yeah, he's just like, he locks it. He's like, can I just say, I hate that thing.
Whoa.
What the fuck is that?
It's scratching. There's a +8, good God! And he looks at you, and he looks at the plate, he says, you can walk through the door, right? I'm sure you'll be fine. I guess I'll
Walk
be,
through the door?
I mean, you're a, you know, I don't want that thing
Okay.
coming in.
I've
Just out
done
of
it before.
curiosity,
Oh, sorry. Okay, hold on. Pan, what?
just out of curiosity, is his door one of those ones that have that little circle window?
No, it's not. His is just like a
Aw.
nice fancy door. But anyways, God, that's fucking nightmare fuel. He looks at you. What were you saying, Damien?
I mean, I've done it once before, but not that often. Something I
Alright.
still need practice with.
Sure. I guess I'll take this off your hands then. He reaches out to grab the plate. And, yeah, have fun getting out. I'm just gonna go over here. And
Else I can only get out if I get through the door.
Just, if you could get out without letting that thing in, that would be fine. Is there anything... that thing has made this situation way more uncomfortable than I would have liked it.
That's fair, that's fair. I'm going to run into the door, not even trying to phase through.
Oh, I see. You run straight and slam into the door, and he looks... it's like a cartoon where he watches you go straight, and then just his head immediately jerks down as he watches you fall. He's like, well, guess that didn't work.
Ow.
Nothing. Still scratching at the door.
Yeah, it is.
Fuck that thing. I got hold on, and you'll see him like walk over past you over by the door, and he's kind of
look around again.
He's going to look through the keyhole. Hold
Come on, man.
I just want to point out I've moved the marionette to the side of the door.
Exactly. He's looked through the keyhole. He's like, I don't see it anymore. Okay. Just gonna... And he kind of creaks the door open. While he's...
Run it by the style.
No! Oh, son of a... God!
And then he's gonna run up the wall and just hang up in the corner, just looking at it.
Oh, I hate that thing. Hold on. He's gonna walk over here. He's gonna grab his... Oh, I did not mean to compress his token. He's gonna grab the blanket, and he's gonna, like, hold it in both hands, stretch it out as much as he can. He's like, come here, you little fuck. Come here, you little fuck.
Gotta jump on him.
No! Yeah! He's going to jump again.
Damien,
and while that's happening... Damien, you are looking around the room.
Marionette's taking one for the team.
Yeah. You're looking around the room, and you see on the desk a bunch of scribbled papers, some notes that have just been strewn about. But you know that this is the captain. He wouldn't just have something on the top of his desk. So quickly you look under his desk. As you would expect, there is a compartment on the bottom. I think I know what you need to do. I think you know what you need to do, so go ahead and do it.
Lockpick.
I just imagine just in the background is the high-pitched wheels of the captain.
Yeah. You just hear tussling, like actual wrestling. He's like, don't pull a hat! No! Easily enough. By the way, this was going to be a very difficult lock to pick, but you actually managed to get over it, just beating the fucking AC for this. While he is distracted, sneakily enough, fuck it. I don't even need you to roll for fucking sneak. He's distracted. You know what? I'll do it anyways. Roll stealth at advantage.
Wouldn't that be sleight of hand, not stealth?
Because you're doing this while he's not noticing.
They're the same thing.
Yeah, I knew you didn't fucking roll.
Nice.
9? Jeez. You quickly...
It's the only thing he's good at.
I'm gonna grab your token. You go to the other side of the desk while he is preoccupied with the doll, and you take lock and pin, and you quickly open it up, and you do it quietly. It doesn't go pop. It unlocks, and you very quickly open it up, see the book, yoink the book. I'm going to describe this, and I'm going to see what you do, but you see a bag of coins. Okay. Do you want to roll a wisdom save?
I don't need to touch that.
All right. Then you
Especially when we have so much time left.
You
Later. Just shut the door.
You shut the thing quietly, sneak back over to where you were standing, and then eventually you hear, Gotcha, you fucking bastard! Yeah, yeah. And eventually you notice that he has wrapped the mannequin in his blanket completely, tied it shut.
Make a grappling check.
For the sake of the story.
Rule of cool.
Yeah.
Sucks.
He has done this, and sleight of hand. As he's doing this, he quickly grabs the thing, and it's kind of like wiggling. He's kind of like wrestling as he goes, even bite this thing's a bastard! Quick out the door, I'm gonna throw this out there with you.
It's gonna break out and just spider crawl its way back out.
Fuck, come on, Mary Knight, get out of here.
He hands you the bag and says, get this thing! And then he looks at you and says, thank you for the food! And then he shuts the door behind you with an audible slam, and then makes his way back to his stable.
So
And then I'm
the
just gonna go
diary, right?
straight back, knock on the door where Albatross is.
You
Hey,
still
Albatross.
don't need to knock on your own quarters.
I got it.
Well, honestly, I didn't really doubt you then. I guess let's have a look at it.
All right. So, you bring the diary over, and you both kind of sit at the table, and you open it up. I want to ask, do you start from the beginning, or do you go to the most recently written page?
I'm gonna say
Glance
I would
at
go
each
to the
other.
most recent.
No, they glance at each other, nod. Most recent page.
Yes.
And you do that. You go to the most recent page. And what you see is... you go to the most recent one. You notice this one isn't fully finished, as he had just started on this one. And it says, woke up, drank some beer, tasted good, still need to eat, forgot to do that, too drunk to remember. And then it kind of continues on saying, was thinking about the thing I had originally thought about, and I think I'm going to do it. And then a bit down it says, I have spoken with the orc. His name, I believe, was Gug, if I can remember. And you see he only puts one G at the end. It's just G-U-G in how he writes it. And he says, I expected the answer, but always wished for a different one. You ask many other orcs, and they always seem to give you the same result. Pity. And then, as you read down, he says, I hope these ones don't end up the way the others have. And that's where he is currently stopped writing, on that page.
He talked with Gug at some point?
Yes, he did earlier. While you were down making the seagulls, right?
They were so charred I could not tell what they were, but they were delicious.
I'll take your word for it. Because he's named after a bird.
Yep. Do you go to the page before?
Yeah, sure. Let's grab some context.
You read the page and it starts, morning was a bit rough as expected. The dreams never seem to change. It's always the same damn nightmare. And then it continues on with, didn't have much food for myself, grabbed a loaf, was okay. A little stale, but I've lived off worse. He then says, going to go man the wheel for a while to clear my head. Maybe grab another bottle. And then it skips to a part that says, holy shit, found loot. Fuck yeah. Got some gold. Pretty nice. There was a pistol. Didn't care. Got my own. Actually got a better one, bigger one. Kinda cool.
It was better and it's bigger in every way.
It's bigger, it's better than anything. He then writes, he writes, after putting away the gold, I was thinking a bit more about that orc. I think I'm going to ask him about me ma and me pa. I don't think I'll get a good answer. It's after 20 or so years of asking the same thing, you always hope for a different result. But it always ends the same. Maybe this time. Maybe this time will be different. And then it goes to the next part where he continues on this subject. And he says, about to head to bed. And I can't get their fucking heads, their last words out of my head. I'll talk to him in the morning. I need to know. The answer is killing me. And then he ends that page with that.
Perhaps you being not originally from here, Feywild or whatever, maybe what I'm sure this is referring to, and mind you, Gug never directly spoke of this, but the benefits of being from the same island, I guess. Did you actually know that, to some degree, orcs and the elves are very genetically similar? Not exact same, obviously, but similar. Anyway, the orcs, unlike where the elves prefer to enact their violence in behind the dagger in your back than one in your... You fucker! Stop it! Where do I restart? Just the whole thing, or what?
The whole, like, sentence you just started.
Did you get the whole part about the orcs and the elves not being too
Yes, you said that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the last thing I heard.
Well, the orcs, unlike the elves, who would much rather stab you in the back and defeat you with secrecy and politics, they don't have the patience for it. They predominantly just prefer direct warfare or domination if they can. There's a bit of a pseudo-peace between the two, only very fractured. Only because one could not specifically annihilate the other. The orcs have previously delved into rituals and even slavery. I don't know which one our captain's parents led up to, but neither are great. At least, especially not for those who dwell within the camps of the orcs.
Makes sense. Just... the more we're reading into this, it doesn't really feel like he's hiding anything, but maybe there's something at the beginning that we could look at instead.
You know what? How about you go take this and have Pan look through it? She's better at this kind of thing than we are, maybe.
She was the one that was originally suspicious in the first place, so if we can make her less paranoid, probably the best. Just need to figure out a way to get it back into that desk as soon as I can.
You're right, but if there's anything in that book that's worth being suspicious over, she'll be the first to catch it. If there's not, let's just hope that she's willing to let this one go.
That sounds like the best idea. Alright, I'm gonna go do that. The sooner I get it to her, the better.
The fastest guy in the ship just awkwardly stumbles out.
Just like creaky steps down.
Oh, Damien.
Hello.
Seaman in a hurry.
Need you to get down. Mochi, get out, please.
God.
Hey, Pan.
Yo.
Did you know the captain had a diary?
Probably more like a captain's log, but go on.
I got it.
I don't think I want to hear some secrets I'm not supposed to. I think I'll get out of here.
Good
I know
God,
you were
God.
suspicious of the captain. Why don't you read through this?
Sounds like a good plan to me. He takes the book and just sits at the table. Marionette's gonna guard the stairwell just in case her reading gets interrupted.
You know, I can only imagine, like, he goes downstairs, see the medic, is like, nope, guess I'll starve.
Yeah, just standing at the bottom of the stairs, just looking up with their red glowing eyes. And yeah, I guess she's just gonna start reading from front to back, I guess.
Alright, you do that. I won't give you a lot of detail, as obviously I don't have a lot to give, but I will give you the gist. By starting with the first page, I think it will tell the most. It begins not like the rest at all. This is not the start of a log. This is a panicked note from someone completely different. The handwriting does not look like the pages ahead. Whoever wrote this segment must have been probably a previous owner of some sorts. You do know that there are a few pages ripped out from the front of the book, but this one page seems to still be there. And it reads, "The Damned Shroud." I can't believe it. I got stuck in the damned shroud. They're all dead. Every single one of my men are dead. And I don't think I have much time left. Curse these wretched seas. How the hell is something like this how the hell does something like this exist in this world? Something so cruel. I don't think I'm going to last much more, so I'm going to go out on my own terms. If some miracle happens, and you stumble upon this ship, gods be with you. Because if you can somehow get it unbeached, maybe there's a chance. But I fear you will fail, or you will exist in the same fate as I have, and my crew. Curse these damned seas. And you notice there is a splatter of dried blood. That is, at least to you, you can tell, very old. And you continue from there. The handwriting is now back to what you would expect, but it's a little less kept. Still, there is this panicked writing to it, but it is, you can tell at least, Crag's writing. Maybe a younger him. But it reads off in a similar way. I don't know how I found this, but I did. This island shouldn't exist, but it does. Bless the gods that it does, because if I had not found it, I would be just like the others. I have heard tales of the Shroud, but this is beyond any imagination. I don't know who owned this ship, but I'm glad they beached. If I had not been here, and it was not here, I probably would be dead. The next page is more like a survival's checklist. Found some wood. I think I'll use it to patch the ship. Might be able to rig something. I don't know. I think the waves have washed most of the shoreline away. There's a chance. A very small chance. But I'm going to risk it. You flip to the next page. Running low on food. I've been trying to eat as little as I can and do all that I can in the time that I have. But I don't know if it'll be enough. I've got the sails rigged. Seems the ship is still in working condition. It's not amazing, but it'll do. If there are any gods out there, please let this work. Next page. This is the day. The ship is ready. I have built a form of contraption at the front. All I need to do is pull the rope, and hopefully off we sail. I'm not very religious, but I say again, may the gods bless me this day. And then continues on to the next page. I must be the best captain of this ship, period. I survived. Holy shit, I survived. I saw them chase me, but they just stopped. That's crazy that they just stopped. I don't know why they did. Maybe I'm special, or maybe it's cosmic luck. But I made it out of the shroud. Holy shit. I guess this ship's mine now. And you keep reading. And from here, it turns a bit different. It begins to sound more and more like an actual captain's log from here. He is briefly describing his journeys from here. He's basically saying, I docked the ship, found money from the island and the ship itself, managed to get some shoddy repairs, spent too much money on it, but it will do. And from there it reads basically like you would expect. He has sailed the seas for years on his own. He constantly talks very spottedly about a crew he once had, but he says those times are long gone. I don't need another crew. All I need is me and the ship. All a crew has done is just led to sacrifices that didn't need to happen. He then continues writing, the ship is in much better state. I've managed to patch to the best of my ability any of the holes. I have bettered the sails. I think I'm ready to give her a proper name. I can't think of one, but I kinda like the name Krusty Bucket. And then, from there, the logs begin to shift to something a bit more interesting. Been sailing the seas for quite a while now. It seems that my name has gotten around, but people don't believe me. It's crazy that they don't believe me, but I don't blame them. Who can blame what seems like the ramblings of a madman for surviving the shroud? But what surprised me most is that someone did. I ran into this old lady at the black market in Gildenyost. She seemed enthralled with my story, almost like she was watching it happen. I think she actually trusts what I said. I've never seen anyone so happy to work with me like she has. She's offered me a lot of money to do business with her. This could be profitable. And then it goes on. Me and Ma Machine have been working a few years together, and I have to say she's the best damn boss I've had in a while. I've done odd jobs shipping crates and other containers for money, even pillaging some poor saps. Never killed anyone, as I normally do. Or as I normally don't do. But taking a few gold coins ain't gonna hurt nobody. But when do you need to if you're getting paid this much? I could buy all the booze in the world. All I gotta do is fare a few people around. Just yesterday, she had me deliver this rabbit guy overseas. Never seen one of them before. He looked kind of funny. Don't entirely remember his name. I think it was Damn. Don't know. Don't really care. I got paid. That's all I need. Just hope he gets to where he's going. Get a weird vibe about him. The next few pages kind of intertwine with what you all know. He docks at Gildan Yost, getting another order of information for Ma Machine about a group of people she once transported. In the thing he says, I've done a few bus runs for people, but this location has me a little on edge. I've done it a few times, but it's never fun. I think something might happen this time. My luck can't be this good. But just maybe it'll keep holding out for me. I'll be picking them up here soon. I've heard they're supposed to arrive in the next few days. What interests me the most is she described one of them as an orc. And she said that he looks like the one that she mentioned to me before, possibly from... fuck, I gotta remember the name of the village. Wait a moment.
Immersion break.
Oak Drazar, yeah, sorry. He says he might be another orc from Oak Drazar. I've spoken to many of them my times across the sea, all giving me the same answer to my same question. But maybe this time it'll be different. One can only hope. And then from there it gets to about where everyone else has already read. He just talks about drinking a lot. One of the things is he writes down he says that rabbit is very familiar to me. I don't know what it is. He looks familiar. I don't know. I'm too drunk to remember. And then it just continues on from that to just your average logs of checking things on the ship. That's generally what you
Dawson, let's not do that.
Then the marionette is gonna tap Damien on the shoulder and gesture for him to follow.
Oh, did she finish reading already? That was fast.
Well, there's got to be a time, while that's happening, this is what happened.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Okay.
You're fine. With that in mind, how about Gug, Albatross? What are you two doing? Or what is Gug doing actually? In this case? Sorry,
okay.
We haven't asked Gug in a little bit.
I don't think I'm doing anything pertinent or very plot enthralling. I think I'm just gonna do same old stuff and try and avoid them.
Gotcha.
I don't really want
To avoid everyone.
Well, just while they're reading that book.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't want to
Intrude
I know
on
they need to
privacy.
do it for them, but I just don't want to be a part of it.
Gotcha.
Well, to be honest, Albatross is waiting for Gug. That was kind of the intent.
Well, I guess you are patiently sitting in your room, kind of mulling over your thoughts on what you have read. And I guess in this moment, I will ask, what do you do, Albatross?
Like I said, I'm just the idea, which I'll explain fully later, is that he knows Gug enough to know that he would be directly a part of this. So where else is he gonna go?
Yeah.
So he's waiting for Gug specifically.
Okay. So, what I imagine is Gug, while this book reading is happening, he's still cleaning the deck. Still quite a lot of room to get to. He's doing well. He's had, obviously, his food break as he was down there eating a lot of plates. Damien, what are you doing while all that is happening?
Right now, Damien is probably just looking after the fishing rod, trying to see if he can tidy it up at all.
You
Kind
will
of
actually
Making
notice...
sure it's good to go.
You will notice this one looks a lot more expensive than the one you had. As shoddy as a lot of the ship is, he doesn't seem to spend... he doesn't seem to spare expenses on his own personal tools.
Well, damn.
And I guess with that, we will move on to the mannequin poke moment. As you are investigating the fishing rod, it doesn't take too long. It takes a few minutes. Eventually, you feel a poke on your leg, or on your back, as the marionette has arrived.
Hello?
What the fuck?
Hello?
Is that the noise the marionette makes?
No.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It'd probably just be distorted. It'd just probably be distorted noises. That's probably the noises she would make.
Why are you on the ground? I should stop asking questions when it comes to you.
It gestures
Oh.
so you follow and starts crawling across the ground.
Oh,
If I didn't know
God.
any better, I would never follow that thing.
But I don't.
Anyways, la-di-da-di-da. And
Well,
you
I
walk
think
down.
there's something you'd find quite interesting in this book.
Why did you have to make your marionette so creepy?
Don't you think it's on brand? Like, I have an image and
It's on brand. I'm being signed by Nike at the end of the year. Like,
Did you make it whisper in my ear?
No, what are you talking about? It can't talk.
Anyways, you found something interesting.
Dom's alive.
we already knew that.
Yeah. That was something
Yeah,
that
we-
would be in the past.
we knew
that
that.
that specific thing
Oh.
predates the thing, so you're aware.
Oh. Damn, I don't know what else to go with this now.
Well, you could
Well,
tell him.
because
I
you
thought-
generally explain it to him
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah, no, what I thought it was that, like,
He had seen Dom or
we-
something.
that we don't know that Dom's alive, that we're trying to
No,
find
you-
the
you-
tracker, dude.
So that message specifically predates him being captured. It seems as if that is the one where he gets off the dock and gets captured a little later.
So what we did learn from it is that he was actively transporting Dom, which he hadn't told us
Yes.
before.
This captain of ours is the one who transported Dom to Icewind Port.
Are you saying he's the last one to see Dom before he got captured?
Yep, and she opens up the book to the exact page and shows him.
Out of everything I could be lucky in finding, why is it Dom's footsteps? And his goddamn foot. Why is this the one thing I'm lucky at?
Well, they do say rabbit's feet are lucky, so...
You don't gotta tell me that. I already know that plenty.
But, yeah. Apparently there's also something called the Shroud. that he managed to escape.
The shroud, huh?
Yeah. Does that mean anything to you?
I don't know. I
No,
doubt it.
Not for you. You are not well traveled. There is one of you who might.
That doesn't ring a bell.
Other than that, the ship used to belong to someone else. He and his crew died. Then our captain here, the Goblin Man, he traveled around for a little while. Like, he found the boat on some island. He apparently got chased by someone when he was trying to escape. And besides that, he traveled around with his crew. His crew died. And I don't know, the original owner of the ship, he said something about this ship, like, I don't know, he said, like, that anyone who finds this ship should be careful, something like that. She's basically just going to open up the page to show him, so that way he's getting, like, a clear thing of what's said.
In case you need the retell, it basically, the original captain is saying that if they do happen to stumble upon this ship, be careful, because he does not know if there is a way to undo what has happened to it. It might even end up being their coffin, their grave, effectively. And if you read on a little bit, you would realize that it would seem that the opposite has happened in the Stents of Crag. Seemingly the ship was not his grave, but rather his escape. Of what you don't know. Something called the Shroud. But that's all you can tell.
Oh, yeah, that's the general gist of things.
Yeah, I don't think we should take that one too seriously, honestly. We're being careful anyways, and it's probably somebody on their last legs, per se.
But still, it does go to show the captain definitely has his skeletons.
Yeah, it makes sense why he's so distant, too.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't look like he's actually hiding anything like we thought.
Pan is actively gonna abstain from mentioning, like, Doug's homeland, or whatever. Yeah. But, yeah. She gives him back the book and is like, do what you want with it. I've got all the information I needed out of it.
See, I didn't think about a way to get this back into the room where I got it from.
Marionette, give him a hand.
Lord.
Scratch.
As you are walking out...
I'm just, as it's scratching, I'm just gonna hand the diary to the marionette and then walk away.
As you are doing this, the door opens almost moments before you duck down. If you can, I'd actually like you to roll a dex save.
Dex save.
Oh, sorry, not Pan. Damien. I apologize. Probably should have been more specific.
Oh.
Okay. The door
Nice.
opens, you easily duck below before he can see. As he looks, and then he looks down at the thing, and he says, "You!" And he grabs the book, and then grabs the mannequin, and the door shuts, and you hear, once again, some more wrestling. I guess that just happens. Eventually, the day continues on. You all kind of do your little duties. You clean up behind each other. You do some repairs. You clean the deck. And once again, the day begins to wind down. And it is becoming nighttime once again. Gug, you have done a lot of work, especially with this morning's abrupt incident. And believe it or not, we actually did a pretty damn good job. There's not really much remnants of the poop. So you proudly put the tools down and ready yourself for bed. And as you walk back into the room, you notice that Albatross is sitting at the table alone.
Are you going to be sleeping here tonight?
Yeah. And what Gug noticed is, while it's not a sight that he hasn't seen before, and it's something he saw more so when they first met, but it's become more and more very gone on, especially as they've gotten into the group, is that Albatross sits not the full back and confident as he usually sits, but forward, making himself smaller, more timid almost, and what he notices even more so are the flecks of gold and honey in his eye, the last gasps of their original color.
I'm sorry. You can go ahead.
I don't think the captain has anything in there, but I needed to give him something to do.
Something to do.
Well, while he's gone off, while Damien, who has been undoubtedly bored, and boredom can lead to some type of dangerous thoughts, now he has something to be interested in, and more importantly, can involve Pan in it.
What are you talking about? Is this about that diary he dug up?
Not specifically. I'm telling you that I engineered his commandeering of the book, not only to set Pan at ease, but yes, to give him something to do. I'm telling you that I did it, but I do not believe the captain has anything strictly to hide.
I didn't figure so. You shouldn't worry yourself over this too much. I just told you earlier just to ease your mind a little. If I upset you in any way, I didn't mean for it to sound like I had any question about his character.
It's not that. I needed them out, just distracted. Me and Pan talked earlier. Yesterday. I mean, I never... Usually her stories are broken, some parts of it are long since forgotten, but not that time. Not yesterday.
This is an odd one. I figured there's some irregularities in how her brain operates at this point.
I had told her about our first encounter with the Omens. Not all of it, but enough. I hoped that would dissuade. I don't know. You should have heard it. You should have been the one in this chair. I didn't have the right things to say. She's holding the same anger I have. And sure, maybe whatever is going to happen down in that basement, when I told Damien that I would go to the City of Radiance if that's where he wanted to go, because the first time since I left my home, I had something It's really worth dying for. I know I don't walk out of that place. When we go there, if there is nothing left for me at the end of that. You saw how I was against one Omen Hunter. That's the base of operation. But he's the closest thing I've seen to her since...
I think you're being a little presumptuous, Albatross. Just because we go to the Radiant City doesn't mean we have to fight anyone or get involved with anything too deeply. We can always deal with it when we get there, but it's just about saving Damien's friend, right? Try not to stress about it too much so early.
She had mentioned the idea of supremacy. That these aren't such curses as they are evolution. I can't see it that way. I agree. I can't see it that way. I part of me, I don't expect a cure, but I only want it to be this as a means to an end, not forever. I fear, like I said, maybe if you had been the one talking to, don't know, but she won't always be in control, or rather controllable. Even her seeming worship of Arthur will have its if she remains with these ideals around him, are we any better than they are?
Any side of it, there's a scale. Goodness to people, evil. There's always one way a person leans to another. I like to think Pan is good. I like to think you're good and I'm good. But it's hard to pinpoint where you are on that scale. I think it's more about doing what you think is right than it is about weighing goals compares it to someone else's.
He's not perfect, as I said. He's a bit of an ass sometimes. He's a thief by nature, but he's not like us. At least, not like me and Pan. People that are too broken for this world, too delved into the evil. Where you seem immune to it, he's not. He can't be swayed. And for whatever part of me that is left that has that light, the thing that Shivani believed in, I can't let her, or if it comes to it, Arthur, condemn that just for their own means.
Yeah.
She talked about harnessing this power, and I'm afraid going forward, I might need to dive a little bit closer to hell in order to drag somebody out of it.
That, maybe. That, or, you know, maybe you rely on a friend. There's different kinds of strength. Just because you seek it in your power doesn't mean it's the only method. I won't stop you either way. Obviously, I have no control over your actions. But these curses, it's, well, like you're saying, it's kind of a give and take, but everything in life is give and take. If you want to be a greater swordsman, you practice swinging a sword. there's other ways to become stronger and to grow. You don't need to worry about all this weight on your shoulders. Like I said, you have me, Miss Damien, Pan. Any one of us would be more than happy to ease your burden, even if it's just mental. We'd always be there to help support you and assist you through it. Just trust us to be there.
Of course I trust you. He nods. I would like for you... Promise isn't the right word, but that's the best I got, so... I guess I would like for you to promise me that regardless of what happens... And that's... I'm not looking to die, not here, not yet, but if anything were to happen... You've taken care of me ever since the day we met. In one way or another. I would like for you to show, not that you're not already doing, but I'd like for you to show the exact same reach for Damien. And that if it comes to it, you would help him even against Arthur, even against Pan. Hopefully it never comes to it, but the way you should have heard her speak, it could very well happen.
I promise. Do anything I can, even without you dying.
I guess that is the preferred route. As I said, I don't intend to, I just have an eerie feeling that something's not gonna go quite right.
So, I definitely understand that. It's this AMC.
Our kind weren't really bred for the ocean, were they?
Definitely not.
You had a long day, I'm tired.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna rest now.
I think that's a good idea. Good night, Albatross.
Good night. Here we go.
And with that, I will ask one final question. With those two sleeping, Damien and Pan, what are you two doing as the night comes to an end?
I guess I'll do another blueprint, I guess.
What would you like to do?
I'd like to work on my grease fire grenade.
Jeez. Have we already had your roll for that, or I don't think we did.
No, we haven't.
Alright,
So far,
here's...
I've completed the explosive arrows and have completed the blueprints and materials for the walkie-talkie, I believe.
Yeah. Okay, with that in mind then, roll me an Arcana check.
And Arcana.
Arcana.
Yeah. 22.
Easily enough. You begin the process of jotting down something you know will be very fun to use in the future. It takes you many hours to get through it, but you know with a few more days of time, you could have a really good blueprint designed out for what is to come. And with that, you begin to scribble. And while you scribble, Damien, what are you doing?
He is thinking about everything that has been going on today and the past few days. Why everything seems to remind him of Dom. He keeps finding Dom's previous footsteps. It's like the universe is telling him that he needs to go save Dom or find out any way to do so. He's stuck pacing back and forth.
and back and forth. All he's thinking about
Alright.
is Dom.
And as this thought creeps more and more into your mind, and as a mannequin is wrangled and tied into the corner of a room, and a goblin is resting, peacefully knowing that thing has been trapped into a barrel, you all go to sleep, and the night moves on to the next. And we end our episode here.
Oh yeah. It's good to have the return episode.
It was a mega return episode, boys. So,
Yeah.
Nearly 5 hours.
I just want to say, best episode yet. Yes!
Really? All right.
I love roleplay, and this episode was great for it. As usual, I would like to thank my beautiful, wonderful players for joining us today. Round of applause for everybody.
Oh, shut.
Round of applause for everybody.
I'd clap, but I don't want to wake up Jasmine. Clap, clap.
You're
clap,
fine.
clap.
And obviously, I would like to thank the viewers that watched on either my side or anyone else's. You all are the participants in the observation of this story being written. And I would like to thank all of you for joining. And with that, I think we will bid everyone adieu until next time. So thank you all for watching. We'll see you on the next one. Bye.
Do the likes, comment, and subscribe.
Or else.